I would like to go through and begin our first symposium on monitoring emergent plant and animal diseases so that we have more food security here across the Americas. We are joined by several Latin American panelists. We have, for the countries that are represented, we have Brazil, we have El Salvador, we have Mexico, and Guatemala. So my name is Dr. Jessica Epple-Farmer, and I would like to go through and allow our panelists to introduce themselves, although I'm not sure that we're seeing them.
Please let us know who talks.
Andrew, is there a way that we can share the screen in addition to the PowerPoint, or do I need to stop screen share?
Yeah, probably just stop the share for a few minutes.
So, my name is Dr. Jessica Epple-Farmer. Now that you can actually see me, please, the rest of the panelists, if you would like to go through and introduce yourselves. And for those of you that have colleagues that are abroad, please introduce them as well.
I'm going to start. I don't know the order. But, buenos días a todos en El Salvador y en Guatemala, o quienes escuchan en español. Mi nombre es Dr. Nadia Navarrete Tindo. Soy originaria de El Salvador y es un placer tenerlos. I would like to welcome everyone. I'm Nadia Navarrete Tindo. My specialty is native plants here in the city. And I just want to introduce my colleague, Ingeniero José Miguel Cermeño, here with us. We cannot see him, but welcome. Bienvenido, José Miguel. Es un placer estar con todos. Gracias.
Our panelists will need to turn on their video, but everyone has the ability to turn on their video.
Yeah, maybe they don't have access. I don't see welfare for José Miguel in El Salvador.
Okay, gracias. Hola, buen día. De la Laguna de México. Que nos acompaña, estamos aquí la doctora Yasmín Liliana Chiu Madinabella y el doctor Urbano Nava Camberos. Ellos son expertos en enfermedades de plantas. Buenos días. Por acá vemos a alguien conocido como Mero. Y a todos los demás un saludo. Buen día.
Buenos días, Abelino, Yasmín, Urbano, tanto gusto en verlos, aunque sea enmascarados, pero me da mucho gusto. They are presenting from Torreón, Mexico, La Laguna. This is Abelino Hernandez, who is the representative of the state of Coahuila in the innovation. And there are two researchers, very good researchers in plants and diseases and pests, Dr. Urbano Nava and Dr. Yasmín. They have been working for many years, more than 30 years on plant diseases and some pests. And they are expertise in many crops over there. So they are huge expertise in Mexico, and you're welcome. Urbano, a Yasmín, Abelino, gracias por invitarlos.
Gracias.
Walter, ¿te quieres presentar, Walter? Tienes tu micrófono apagado.
Okay, good morning. I am Walter Martinez de Guatemala. I working en el Instituto de Investigaciones aquí de la zona noroccidental de la Universidad de San Carlos de Guatemala. Un gusto, un placer y seguramente es el inicio de una etapa muy interesante de coordinación, de aprendizaje y de intercambio de saberes y estamos a la orden.
He said that thank you for the invitation, that this is starting of a new experience among countries, just for the interchange of knowledge, that he is in the northwest of Guatemala in the University of San Carlos, and that he is very grateful to be here for the next webinars.
I am so very grateful that you all are joining us. And yes, there's a lot to learn as we try to go through and begin communication and dialogue as we discuss different plants and animal diseases. I would like to go through and have our panelists go through and introduce themselves, our speakers. Dr. Clemente Costaminsta.
Thank you. Good morning to you all. My name is Clemente Costaminsta. I am the state IPM specialist at Lincoln University. And as you know, IPM is integrated pest management. So what I do is that I study in insects, do several work in insect pest management. In addition to that, I am also the director for our small farm outreach program at Lincoln. And I'm happy to be part of this whole discussion on emergent pests in our region. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Chris Bachman.
Good morning. My name's Chris Bachman. I'm a veterinarian. I worked with Lincoln Extension as a small ruminant specialist for 2 years and have now transferred just to the academic side and teaching, but I still hang out with a few of the extension people just to keep me in line in the real world. So good morning.
Thank you. Raquel, Dr. Raquel Lorenzen.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Raquel. I'm originally from Brazil. I'm assistant professor of animal science here at Lincoln, and I've been working with small ruminant nutrition for the past 10 years. And I'm so glad to talk about small ruminants today. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Patel.
Good morning, everybody. This is Jaimin Patel. I'm an assistant professor of plant pathology. I have been working on diseases of several crops, including vegetables, ornamental crops, row crops, trees, and many other crops. And today I will be discussing about some citrus diseases and their management.
Homero, did you introduce yourself? Dr. Homero Salinas. Oh, and your microphone is off.
Yeah, well, not really. My name is Dr. Romero Salinas. I work here for the last 2 years at Lincoln University as assistant professor, working on research and extension on small ruminants.
Well, before I hand over this presentation to our first speaker, let me begin by speaking just a little bit and introducing our program. So our program here, monitoring emerging plant and animal diseases, will go throughout the morning and this afternoon. We have Clemente Costaminsta discussing plants or mitigating pests in tomato and pepper plants. Dr. Jaimin Patel discussing citrus diseases, because those are issues both in South America and up here in North America. We will have a panel discussion with our invited guests where we discuss different emerging plant and pest diseases before we take a lunch break. And then Homero Salinas and Dr. Chris Bachman will go through and discuss brucellosis in sheep and goats. We will then be followed up by Dr. Raquel Lorenzen talking about Caprine arthris encephalitis virus. And then a panel discussion again, looking at emerging animal pests and diseases that we're concerned about. So as I welcome all of you to this first symposium, I wanted to let you know that this project was funded by the Center of Excellence for Global Food Security and Defense. And this center was designed so that we could foster international partnership with Latin America, and we can strengthen all of our agricultural integrity as we go through and start discussing new and emerging diseases. Now, as our symposium is beginning, we share with our Latin American counterparts the cultivation of tomato and pepper plants, citrus crops, ranching of sheep and goats. And it's this commonality that allowed us to go through and begin this symposium. Now, we will also be having webinars that will allow us to discuss different diseases that are showing up. And as we go through and do those panel discussions and you fill out your questionnaires, and we are going through and starting to figure out what are the new diseases, what are we concerned about, areas where we have in common, this is what we will build our future symposiums on. And hopefully these will be running for at least the next 2 years. So I will stop sharing and invite our first speaker to go through. Dr. Clemente Costaminsta.
Thank you very much. Good morning to you once again. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Jessica, and thank everyone for being on this webinar. It is important for me to mention that we all know that insects do not have bodies. They are not restricted by borders. So this presentation that I'm going to make, it will really be applicable to every area, every region, every country. But I also mention that this is not a comprehensive presentation, because as you know, we have very little time to talk about all insects that are becoming an issue in the United States and several parts of the world. So my title, what I'm going to talk about this morning, is Mitigating Emergent Pests in Tomato and Pepper. And I want to say that if you look at my screen, I have 3 colors: yellow, white, and then orange, red. So the first one will be the English, or the words that are there that are showing yellow is English. The next one will be in Portuguese. The other one will be, the red one will be in Spanish. So as I talk, if you want to read something and you can understand Portuguese, please go ahead and read that one. And then if you are Spanish, please, you can also read the red column. So thank you again for your time. So as a way of introduction, pepper, or tomato and pepper, are important vegetables. and they are very common in most countries. In fact, I don't even know which continent that do not eat or utilize these vegetables, which means that they are very, very important. And the reason is that these two crops have rich sources in vitamins, some of the nutrients that we need, essential elements that we need in our body. So it is, they are two crops that are really very important in our diet. So many people grow them in large scale, small scale. And in the United States of America, in tomato alone, we produce more than 9.5 million tons. And pepper, it's the amount of pepper that we produce is running through to about $558 million. That is really huge. And because of that, we have to give some importance to these crops. As you know, these two crops can be grown in the field. They can also be grown in enclosed environment or controlled environments. And these two systems are different in terms of the insect pests that we'll find in these two systems. If you are growing tomato in the field, the kind of pests that you see may probably be different from those that you grow in the greenhouse. So as you are growing, depending on the system that growers grow these two crops, the pest diversity and abundance may be different. So we have to make that clear. But like many other crops that we see, many other crops that we grow, growers grow or farmers grow, they are constrained by pest issues. And here I'm using pests in a broad sense, but I will be specific in talking about insect pests. And as we know, if insects are not controlled, mostly they cause damage, a lot of damage to these two crops, because these two crops are very attractive, because they are attractive to us, because we human beings like them. Insects also tend to like those two plants. And because of that, there are a lot of insects that are associated with them. So if you are not able to provide control measures, the crops will be damaged and you can lose everything. So because of the fact that these crops are eaten fresh, because most of the time people will take vegetable or tomato, cut it and even eat it like that. Because of that, most consumers have zero tolerance for damage. People don't want to see damage at all. And as a result of that, farmers or growers are able to meet that condition, by putting a lot of insecticides to protect the crop, these two crops, pepper and then tomato, from being attacked by insects. And as you know, pesticides have issues with the environment, our health. So as much as possible, if you are able to do certain controls measures that will reduce the use of insecticide on these crops, that would be very great. And as we know also, because these crops or these plants are grown in an environment that is always conducive for insect pests, we have to come up with solutions, come up with ideas to be able to really, control these insects. So it is very, very important to consider, these two crops in the context of whatever we are talking about in this, symposium or webinar. Now, there are several, you can name a lot of insects on these two plants. Tomato, for instance, we have aphids, we have flea beetle, we have stinkbug, spider mites, many, 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 many insects, but the ones that I have here are major insect pests that we see on tomato in the United States, and I believe in most other countries too. And for pepper, it's the same insect. So aphid, flea beetle, stinkbug, spider. So these two plants are in the same family, as you know. They are all, solanaceous plants. So insects love to eat things that are the same, that are similar. So most of these insects that we find on tomato are also found on peppers too, which is good because if you are controlling them, then we can develop control measures that will suit the two systems. But because there are several insect pests that are common to both South and North America, I'm not going to go through all those insects, but rather concentrate on insects that have invaded the United States in the past 10 to 20 years, which is not found in many other countries, but they have been brought to America and they are becoming emergent pests. In fact, they have most of them have established themselves to be really important in our agriculture system. So one of the insects that I'm going to talk about is the invasive brown marmorated stinkbug. The invasive brown marmorated stinkbug. This pest came to the United States in 1998, and it came from China, in Asia. So since 1998, the insect was brought in. That is the report that we know that. But the insect did not cause any damage until 2010, when farmers, particularly in the eastern region, areas around Pennsylvania, New Jersey, New York, farmers who have orchards, who have apples, peaches, started to show or see a lot of this insect damaging. And in fact, the estimate is that this insect was able to cause more than 580 million damage, to crops, which is really, really huge. So it is important for us to concentrate on this insect because of what they are capable of doing. So my next slide, this slide shows some of the invasive insects that we are currently battling with in the States, in the United States now. And I did mention to you about the invasive brown marmorated stinkbug. The middle one is the spotted wing Drosophila. This is a huge problem with food crops. And recently, the spotted lantern fly recently came into the country. This is as recent as not even more than 10 years, not more than that. So we keep on seeing invasion of insect. And when there is invasion of insect, what happens is that these disrupt the IPM programs that we have, because already we have some insects or some IPM programs for the insects that we have already. But when these insects are introduced into the country, then they tend to disrupt everything that we are doing, because now they come and establish themselves and we need to find ways to be able to control them. So invasive insects or invasive species are very, very important for this country. And I believe that it will be important for other countries in the South too. So that is what I want to draw your attention to. Now, brown marmorated stinkbug, which is the BMSB, we call it in short, has over 170 plant hosts. So they can feed on about 170 different types of plants, including tomato and pepper, which makes them very destructive, which makes them very, very, dangerous, to be able, to establish so that they will feed on different things. Now, because there are several insect pests that are common, we are really trying to make sure that, I'll talk about this. And this is the damage. If you see the damage here on tomato, the nymphs and then the adults, they feed by piercing it through the fruit. The mouth part is like a string, they put it in it, and then they extract, the juice from the plant. And you can see these spots that you see here. We call this damage spots, so as you see there on pepper and on tomato. Now, in 2012, this study was done to show the distribution of the insect worldwide. So in 2012, if you look at China, we have China, some of the European countries, Scandinavian countries, Switzerland, Finland, they also started seeing some. And in America, this is what we saw. Most of the insects were found in the East Coast. So as you see on the chart that I have here, they're concentrated, in the East Coast, but they started spreading. As you see, they started spreading. So in 2017, just 5 years after that, there was a model that was developed by Kirshner, and they have put the reference there. They modeled where this insect is probably to be seen or probably to invade. And as you know, by 2017, it was predicted that the insect could come to, South America. You see now, all these areas that have, orange color and green color are potential areas that this insect can invade. But if you go back in 2012, there was nothing like that. We didn't show that. But because of the insect, because the insect is so aggressive and now is moving across the state, we are predicting that soon they will, be in other countries. So as we talk about it, if you have found it, you let us know. But if you haven't, then, I believe that your countries will be on guard to make sure that you prevent this from happening. Now, brown marmorated stinkbug is an issue. So what are the approaches that I'm doing as a researcher at Lincoln to be able to address this issue? So number one, I'm using different approaches, but as I did mention, I want to concentrate more on the approaches that are ecologically based, those approaches that will reduce the use of pesticide. We are not saying we will not use pesticide, but we want to reduce the use of pesticide. And in pest management, there are different approaches that we can use. We can use prevention. Of course, prevention will be very important for those who do not have this insect yet, so that you prevent the insect from even entering your country, which means that, we have to set up structures, conditions that will be able to prevent these insects from spreading, which is very, very important for us. And then we have cultural control, biological control. So there are several of these control measures that are available as a pest management person. But I want to dwell more on developing an IPM program. IPM means that putting together several control measures in a way that is compatible to reduce insect population from reaching economic injury level or economic damage level. So levels that will be economical. We want to use different control measures to be able to achieve that. Now, so my research approach, as I said, will dwell on ecologically based pest management practice with reduced pesticide use, and at the same time, provide effective control against pests of vegetables. And in here, I'm talking about peppers and then tomato. Now, one approach that I've in the past been using is farmscaping. And what is farmscaping? Farmscaping is one of the ecological-based management practices that have been used a lot to control many insect pests, particularly in vegetables, in pepper and tomato. So farmscaping is defined, it applies to an integrated whole farm approach to biological control of pests. So here, we are not thinking about just one approach. It's a whole system approach, a whole farm approach, an approach that will look at your farm and then design ways that will help you control your insect or will help the farmer control insect. Now, it involves laying out the farm to include hedgerows, insectary plantings, cover crops, water management. So it's IPM. In fact, it's a system approach. It's an intelligent approach. It's an approach that you don't dwell on one thing. You dwell on things that are appropriate and then can help you achieve your goal of reducing insect pests. So farmscaping is very, very important. and I will tell you the reason why I'm using farmscaping in my research. So in the past year, I did some work at Lincoln trying to use farmscaping to really control insects. So here what I did was that I planted pepper. So if you look at the row that is, that is weeded, you see I have rows, and I planted buckwheat and sunflower. Now these two plants are very good plants that are able to attract beneficial insects. So on my right, if you see, there's buckwheat, which is flowering. And these flowers, what the flowers do is that they attract first pollinators, our bees, to pollinate our plants. And then these plants are also able to attract natural enemies. Natural enemies are insects that can feed on other insects. So when you do this, as a system approach, what you are doing is that you are inviting good insect into your farm. And when the good insects come, they will feed on the bad insect for you. Now, I planted two crops, buckwheat and sunflower. The reason is that buckwheat has a short lifespan. So within a short time, it flowers and then it dies. So you need another crop that will also follow the buckwheat, and that was sunflower, so that you maintain the level of the good insect, that is the beneficial insect, in your farm for a long time until you harvest. So I did this, and in fact, this was based on a previous work that has shown that sunflower is a potential trap crop for the brown marmorated stinkbug. And a trap crop is any crop which is more attractive than the crop that you are interested in. So for instance, if you want to harvest pepper, you can plant another crop. Here you can plant sunflower, because sunflower is more attractive than pepper. So instead of the insects going to your pepper, they would rather go to the sunflower, and you can do something about them on the sunflower because you are not interested in the sunflower. And in that case, you are doing pest management and you are reducing your pesticide inputs, which is very critical for me as a pest management person. So as I said, I planted buckwheat first, and they flowered, and then later sunflower also flowered. So I did it in a way that in this particular situation, you have to be able to time it well. You time it in a way that your plants that you are interested in, that is the pepper or the tomato, will be fruiting when the plants are also flowering, so that you have more effect of these beneficial insects working on the bad insects for you. Now, the results, when I did this work, I found out that more stinkbugs were found on the pepper plot without sunflower. So there was another plot that had no sunflower, but there was a lot of insects on there because there was no sunflower. Then we also recorded more pollinators and natural enemies on the sunflower and then the buckwheat, which of course is something that we expected. So these pictures show you some of the predators that we saw: assassin bugs, for instance, soldier bug, soldier beetle. These are all good insects that you find them in your field. So this is the data that we found from July. We monitored the insect population in both sunflower and in the pepper, and we found out that indeed when you plant sunflower and buckwheat in your pepper field, you definitely have reduction in insect pests on your pepper, and that is really good. And I did not put any pesticide. This work that I did, there was no pesticide, so it means that pesticide cost was less. Even though I found some larvae, that was not significant. So this is some of the peppers that I planted: Scotch bonnet, jalapeno, and then chili peppers. We also did bell pepper too. And in fact, I was so happy that the harvest that we got was so huge. We really got a lot of harvest. So in summary, what I want to conclude in this presentation is that if you use farmscaping, it will help you in reducing pests of peppers, which is very, very important. And what that does is that, number one, it attracts more beneficial insects to the pepper. And I think that has also been shown in tomato. And then the biomass from farmscaping plant could be plowed into the soil to improve soil fertility. Yes. So let me go back. If you look at the biomass, look at all this. So what you can do is that you can plow this into the soil again to improve the soil, soil fertility, which is very, very important. So here you can also rotate. In the next year, what I did was that I planted, instead of using this row for pepper, I planted them here because here had more, nutrient, which is very, very important. So you are doing things to help the farm. Yes. And then number 3, farmscape plants will provide additional resources for natural enemies. Yes, that is very important. So I found out that in the buckwheat, there were a lot of bees, and they were picking, pollen. And bees like to use pollen as food. They use pollen to feed their, and bees are very, very important for us. They contribute a lot to our, our existence. And then finally, farmscape plants can also sequester carbon. Carbon sequestration is very important. We plant if you look at the biomass, it can help sequester carbon and then utilize carbon for us, which is very important. But the downside of this work, the other side of this work is that you need to have part of your land. You have to really sacrifice part of your land for the farmscaping plants. So it's a balancing act here. You can balance the pros and cons. But normally, if you use from 5 to 10%, research has shown that if you use from 5 to 10% of the total land area that you are doing, put that into farmscaping, you have a lot of benefits from using this approach. So at this point, I want to conclude by acknowledging my dean for the college, my associate director, Ms. Yvonne Matthews, my director for research, Dr. John, my colleagues, and then our small farm program, and of course, the team that has been helping me, Garrett, Miss Lucy, and then the undergraduate students that are helping us in the United States. And we believe that, with this, we can, collaborate to ensure that this insect is brought to, the effect is not so damaging, as we move forward. So thank you very much. And at this point, I'm, happy to take questions from you. Thank you.
Again, I would like to remind everyone that if you are an attendee and would like to ask a question, please do so in the question and answer box down below. If you are a panelist, please feel free to speak up.
So, Dr. Coatson, I have a brief question.
Please go ahead.
So I'm curious, found it interesting. That was my big question as to how much of these landscaping plants that you needed. Do you have, or have you looked at as far as like cost analysis? So in giving up that 5 or 10%, are you still seeing an improvement because of improved product quality? Or have you compared that to a chemical treatment? Is it actually cheaper to plant these versus a chemical treatment, or just some of the cost analysis side? Have you looked at that?
Thank you very much, Dr. Buffman. So your question is whether we have looked at the cost benefit analysis of the whole system. Yes, there has been some work done, not as, but some other places, they have done some work about that. But in all these situations, it turned out that pesticide cost is reduced. And pesticide is a huge cost to production in this country. And eventually, when that is reduced, then it makes the whole crop profitable. Of course, there are situations that you can have some damage here and there because you are not using it, but that is not so significant. If the farmer is, attentive enough, he or she will be able to really select or pick the, those damaged crops and then go ahead and make good profit out of, this system. So yes, the answer is yes, we can do that. And the farmscaping has been shown to be very profitable.
Excellent. Well, glad to hear that's the case. So thank you.
Would any of our other panelists like to ask a question? Clement,
Yes.
I was wondering when I was seeing those beautiful sunflowers, do you ever harvest those?
No, we did not, because we wanted to, incorporate that in the soil, because as I said, the other side of what we're doing is also improve the soil condition. So yeah, we did not harvest. But if the farmer wants to, he can harvest and sell those too, and to make some money out of it, so yes, but the ones that we did last year, we did not harvest.
I'd like to add something in Spanish, because some people might not be, they don't know what we're talking about here. If you allow me, I can ask the group.
Please go ahead.
A todos los que nos escuchan, si hay alguien que tiene pregunta en español, podemos hacerla también. Pueden ponerlas como preguntas en el chatting o en donde dice Q&A, o simplemente escríbanos. Trataremos de dar la respuesta. Si alguien de ustedes en el grupo que solamente habla español, no duden en hacer preguntas.
Can I ask a question to our
Waiting.
Can I ask a question?
Please.
I wanted to find out from our colleagues whether they have seen or they have heard about this insect, brown marmorated Stinkbug, and what is the status of that insect in their various countries.
Sí, a los colegas de Guatemala, México, El Salvador, Brasil, el doctor Clement quiere saber si ustedes han escuchado sobre este insecto o algunos de los insectos de los que él ha platicado en su charla.
La laguna, adelante, la laguna.
Why did you select our
No se escucha.
Estática.
I repeat again. Could you please let me know why do you select sunflower and buckwheat as a crop?
Desafortunadamente yo no escucho bien. ¿Escuchas tú, Homero?
No, se oye mucho eco con el micrófono.
Would you please let me know why do you select sunflower and buckwheat as a crop?
Okay, thank you very much. The question is, you want to know why did I select buckwheat and then sunflower? So there are two reasons. Number one, buckwheat is a good plant that grows easily. It is fast growing, and then the flower is so attractive to bees such that, whenever you grow them, within a short time they come. So first of all, you want a quick turnover of a crop that will be able to turn over, in a short time. And number two, buckwheat, it has a lot of, what do we call it, biomass, which you want to incorporate into the soil. So those are the reasons why I selected buckwheat. And of course, sunflower is also been shown, because already there was a work that was done previously in Pennsylvania. I showed you the publication, and they showed that sunflower is a good trap crop that is able to attract more of the brown Memorated Stinkbugs than pepper. So it was based on my literature review that I found that buckwheat, sunflower is a good trap crop. That's why I chose those two crops.
No sé si tengo que traducir, Homero, ¿tú vas a traducir?
No, no creo que se tenga que traducir.
La respuesta es que él escogió buckwheat. Realmente no sé, yo no sé si se produce en alguno de nuestros países. No es necesariamente una planta relacionada al trigo, como es el nombre común, trigo sarraceno. Pero él lo escuchó, es un parte de su investigación, porque ya se está haciendo y ha dado buenos resultados, pero hay otro tipo de especies que se pueden utilizar. En mi opinión, I'm just going to add my opinion regarding how that simply that you're doing, by adding different species, you're adding diversity and you're increasing insect diversity. O sea que la idea es agregar otros cultivos para incrementar la diversidad de insectos y atraer no solo insectos benéficos, pero aquellos que pueden depredar o que sirven de depredadores. Eso es en resumen. Espero que esté clara la respuesta.
Dr. Nadia, I want to add that to it that there's another study that I'm doing with Dr. Pinero, which we are looking at different combinations of the two plants. That is, if you plant 70% of your buckwheat and 30% of sunflower, what does that mean? And then maybe 70% of sunflower and 30% of buckwheat. Those combinations. We are also looking at those combinations. So it's something that we are moving forward with it. So that is also something that we are doing.
Entonces, él quiere agregar que eso es solamente el principio de sus investigaciones. Va a haber una combinación de los diferentes, de los dos cultivos. Puede ser en diferentes proporciones. O sea que eso solo es el principio. Y también hay otras oportunidades con otras especies. I just want to add, Dr. Clement, that here in our, you were asking the colleagues if they knew about this insect. They asked what the name was, and I put the name and the scientific name.
Okay.
In El Salvador, they haven't heard about it, and I hear from two colleagues that are entomologists. Reina Flor Guzmán de Serrano, Leopoldo Serrano. They are experts in pests and diseases as well as in other. They're expert on beneficial insects. En El Salvador no se ha escuchado hasta el momento. Esa es la respuesta. Otras preguntas que no sé si tienen preguntas, compañeros en El Salvador, Guatemala, México. Dr. Clement, una pregunta, just a question. Well, buckwheat and sunflower, we're using it here, but of course there's other species that can be used in Latin America.
Okay.
So would it be something of interest that if people would like to try, I mean, right now they don't have this bug, but it could be for other similar species. Do you have any names, any plants that could work for people in Latin America? That, because I have never heard buckwheat in El Salvador, for example. Sunflower, yes, we grow it, but I don't know about buckwheat.
Okay.
Any other ideas? And I just want to say in Spanish, le estoy preguntando al doctor Clement si tiene él algunas ideas sobre cultivos de cobertura que puedan utilizarse en nuestros países en Latinoamérica. Esa es la pregunta.
You want me to respond to that, please?
Go ahead, please. Yeah, I just want to.
So right now that they don't have the insect there, we cannot even, say anything about it, because there are several plants that these insects can feed on. There are several wheat plants. Plants like the other time I was talking to you, tree of heaven, if they have it there, tree of heaven is a good one. I don't know if they have it there, but they can also use, tree of heaven if the insects show up. And there are a list of, other, plants. I don't know the plants in Guatemala so I'll not be able to speak to that, but there are at least other plants that they can use,
Si él no sabe sobre algunas especies diferentes en nuestros países que pueden usarse, se refiere al, you say tree of heaven?
Yes.
Él habla sobre tree of heaven, que aquí en Estados Unidos es una planta súper invasora, pero no sé si se conoce, sinceramente no sé el nombre científico, pero hay tanta cosa que no sabemos por ahora. La idea es mostrar lo que se está haciendo aquí y lo que en el futuro se podría hacer en países como los nuestros, en Latinoamérica.
I just wanted to say that the brown stink bug is a problem also in Brazil, and it's a major problem for soybean crops.
Yeah. So I want to mention that there are several brown stink bugs. We have the Chester species. There are several species of those, but which are native to us, those of us in this region. They are native, they are there already. But this particular one came from Asia, China in particular, and it is almost displacing some of what we have, the native one, displacing them in terms of the damage that they are causing. They are very aggressive because they are found safe haven. As you know, the native ones have their own natural enemies that act on them already here. But this one, when it is coming from China, it did not come with the biological control agent, because every insect has a biological control or a natural enemy. But when they are coming from China, they did not come with that particular one. So they got the free range and then they exploded. Now, thankfully we have the natural enemy, which is Trisochus japonicus, which is a small wasp that can lay its egg in the egg of of that insect, which people are really, raising, particularly in the East Coast, to release into the system to be able to control it. So, there are a lot of work going on, and all I want to say before we end is that, they should keep their eye on that insect, because it has been modeled that it is likely to come there, so they should put structures in place, but if for some reason they have it, I think that there should be collaboration with people here in this country with their colleagues there, there are many people who are involved in doing studies on this insect. And I'm also around that we can collaborate if they happen to have this issue. You know, that's the essence of this. I think the essence of this webinar, for us to collaborate, get to know each other, network, and then be able to, as a global approach, deal with insects that are of global nature. Because when I started, I said that insects do not have restriction in terms of border. They move everywhere. So that's my conclusion.
Just a brief summary. He just hopes that if this insect shows up in countries like, no, perdón, en español. Solamente quería resumir que él dice que si ese insecto no está presente en los países latinoamericanos, pero sería bueno estar preparados. Hay una pregunta sobre de dónde es procedente esta plaga, es de Asia, y pues se ha desarrollado en ese país. There is a question that I really don't understand the term. It might be it's an entomology term. They call it associated resistance.
Okay.
And so if somebody wants to know if this could be an example, this investigation would be an example of associated resistance. And
not really. I don't see how, how the system could create resistance in the plant or in the insect, so I really don't know about that.
Okay, so what the answer could be no, or
no, I think
so you're not sure.
I'm not sure. Yeah.
Okay, the answer to that one, la respuesta a esa pregunta es que no está seguro. Sería de investigar. Y hay una pregunta más, la voy a leer en español. ¿Cuál sería la forma más adecuada de diseño de cultivo para eficientar ese tipo de control? ¿Y cuál sería el área máxima que se puede cubrir? So they're asking what is the most adequate design to make these crops, these cover crops more efficient, to intermix it with the main crop, which is tomato or peppers. And what would be the maximum area to cover? It's a double question.
So I think I made mention about the maximum is 5 to 10% of your total land area. So for instance, if you have 100-acre plot, probably 5 acre, is it 5%? So 5% of that, should be put into farmscaping. You can have, but that's, as I said, that's the downside of the whole approach. You need to sacrifice some of your land for that, and it depends on what you want to do, depends on your market, depends on several other factors.
Si la respuesta es de 5 a 10% del área de cultivo, se puede sacrificar, pero es una buena inversión. I'm just saying that it's just a good investment. Those 5 to 10% of the area.
I would like to say to the rest of the panelists about later on, after Dr. Costaminsta, Dr. Patel, as Jessica was telling, the discussion about the other countries. Les estoy comentando que la doctora Apple Farmer comentó que después de la siguiente plática, la idea es que cada país, México, Guatemala, El Salvador y Brasil, presenten sus principales plagas emergentes que hay y la problemática y comentar si estas plagas que se están comentando aquí están presentes o no en sus países, lo cual servirá como información para los siguientes seminarios y sería invitarlos posteriormente como conferencistas para los siguientes seminarios que se tendrán. I was saying that after Dr. Patel presentation, they will have an opportunity to share the main diseases and insect problems in their countries that will allow us to know about what will be the next issues and probably to invite some of them to share for more time in the next webinars, as Jessica told before.
Thank you.
And before I go through and introduce Dr. Patel, Dr. Raquel Lorenzen, would you please share with our Portuguese colleagues, inviting them to place their questions in the Q&A box that is at the bottom of the screen. And I'll ask again that you and Dr. Homero, Salinas, and Dr. Nadia Navarrete will go through and answer questions that show up there that are from our international colleagues.
Yes.
Thank you, Nadia, for answering the questions so far.
Yes,
Oh,
sure.
no problem.
So, se alguém tem alguma pergunta em português, vocês podem aqui embaixo, acho que tem um símbolo de mensagem com um Q e A. Vocês podem mandar perguntas por aqui ou pelo chat. E eu posso traduzir do português para o inglês ou vocês fiquem à vontade para falar em inglês também. Vocês podem mandar qualquer perguntas aqui no chat.
Okay, Dr. Patel, would you please go through and begin your presentation discussing citrus diseases?
Yes, I will. Let me share my screen. Can you see all my screen?
Yes.
Oh, great. Hello, everybody, and good morning, as well as hola to our Spanish and Portuguese speaking partners. It is very nice to see international partners in this during this presentation. So today I will be presenting about citrus diseases and their management. And before I move forward with my presentation, I would like to just kind of introduce how it is laid out. What you see in the in most of the presentation, what you see is from left to right, there will be English, Portuguese, and Spanish. In some slides, there will be also from top to bottom, English, Portuguese, and Spanish. So you can go through the slides to figure out what is written in the text, but I will be presenting in the English. And you can have questions mentioned or actually ask questions in the quick Q&A box below, and I can answer that at the end of the presentation. So during this presentation, I will be talking about 3 important diseases. Although there are many citrus diseases around the world, but I thought that some of these 3 diseases, which are citrus greening, citrus canker, and citrus black spot, which are um, spread in both North America and South America. So first I will talk about the citrus greening. This disease is caused by um, Clavivector species, which is a bacterium, but it is spread mainly by citrus psyllid, actually Asian citrus psyllid, um, and it transmits the bacteria by feeding on various parts of the plant, particularly feeding on the new shoots. In the first photograph, um, you see the colony of Asian citrus psyllid on the underside of the citrus leaves. And on the second photographs, you see Asian citrus psyllid adults as well as several nymphs on the branches of the citrus tree. The nymphs are the one which are the white tubules that you see, that is produced by the nymphs. Now let's talk about the citrus greening disease symptoms. I also want to talk before I move forward with the symptoms that citrus greening disease is also known as by Huang Longbin disease as well. So sometimes you see citrus greening in the literature, and sometimes you see Huang Longbin. So regarding the symptoms, the disease tree has blotchy mottle leaves or sometimes yellow leaves. So what you see on the left side of the photograph is a picture of blotchy mottle leaves, and on the right side uh, is the photograph of the leaves with varying level of yellow leaves, which represents kind of the level of bacterium which has caused the infection in the leaves. Leaves also damages the fruit, which is the final product of the citrus tree. So if you cut off the fruit, citrus fruit, you can see off-colored fruit instead of the normal white color fruit. Also, in the middle photograph, as you can see, there is uneven segments instead of the even segments, which is very typical of citrus greening symptoms. Also, on the third photograph on your right side, which shows that half of the fruit remains green even they mature, particularly on the lower side, lower half of the fruit, and upper half will turn yellow as it matures. So these three symptoms are very characteristic symptoms of citrus greening disease. As I mentioned earlier, citrus greening is spread by the insect vector called Asian citrus psyllid, which has three main stages: egg, nymphs, and adult. Uh, After it emerges from the egg, it has 5 nymph stages, and as it moves from first nymph stage to the 5th nymph stage, it actually molts several times, and then it moves to the adult stage. Another characteristic symptoms, or not symptoms, but the diagnostics characteristic of Asian citrus psyllid is that when it feeds, particularly the adult, when it feeds on the plant, it it uses its elbows to feed, and raises its tips up in a 45-degree angle, as you can see in the photograph, which is very typical of Asian citrus psyllid when it feeds on the plant. Uh, when it feeds on the plant, it releases toxins or salivary toxin into the plant, which causes the tips of the new leaves to easily break off, as you can see in the photograph with high infection on the tip of the plant. Also, sometimes leaves are malformed as they grow, which you can see in the third photograph on your right, um, how it is crooked and malformed. So these are the typical symptoms as the Asian citrus psyllid starts to feed on the plant. So how does the Asian citrus psyllid spread from one plant to another plant or one region to another region? Well, obviously, adult can fly, so naturally by flying, but several times the infected plants also come in contact with the healthy plants. Also, the farmers or other human beings, they come in contact with the infected citrus plants, so they get a hitch, they get a ride on plants during transportation. In the photograph, you can see the gentleman is inspecting the flowering plant, um, uh, where he finds several Asian citrus psyllid. In the second photograph on your right, there is a van filled up with citrus plants, and actually it has lots of citrus psyllid. So wherever it will get transported, it will actually spread the vector from one place to another place. So how one can detect the Asian citrus psyllid, which is the major vector to transmit the disease from one place to another place? So one can visually detect the Asian citrus psyllid on the plant, or one can use a yellow sticky strap, particularly at 1 meter height from the ground. And you can see two citrus psyllid got trapped in yellow sticky trap. And once it is detected, definitely the early action is required to control this disease. So once it is detected, whether it's a citrus plant or other host plants, which can be treated with some pesticides such as cyclothrene or imidacloprid. Make sure that you read the pesticide label, because different countries or different states may have different laws regarding how to apply this pesticide. How we can manage Asian citrus psyllid on the tree. So first of all, do not move any infected plants from one place to another place. Also, if your area is considered as a quarantine area, you cannot move the plants, particularly the infected plants. The nurseries may also build the screen houses, so you can have kind of a net house or screen house to keep the psyllid inside if it is infected, or if it is not infected, you can protect the plants from outside environment. Also, you can spray insecticides in nursery or orchard. Uh, you can check your country or states where you live in, like what are the insecticides available or labeled for management of Asian citrus psyllid. Also, remember that there is no specific cure for the uh, citrus greening or Huang Long Bing. And therefore, if you find any infected trees, or if you find lots of colonies of Asian citrus psyllid on the citrus trees, it would be better to destroy those infected trees rather than trying to control that. Uh, because when you find lots of colonies of Asian citrus psyllid, it has already probably infected your trees and it will continue to spread the disease. Also, the infected trees will have drastically reduced their lifespan from 50 years to 15 years, which is a huge reduction in the lifespan. And therefore, it is very wise to just destroy the infected trees rather than trying to manage. So you can save those uh, 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 the life of the trees. And also buy only certified disease-free transplants or transplant that you wanted to plant in your farm. So these are very important points to manage the Asian citrus psyllid and eventually to manage the citrus greening. The next disease I'm going to talk about is citrus black spot. This disease is caused by fungus Phylostricta citricarpa. This fungi was previously known as Guignardia citricarpa as well. The hosts are various citrus species as well as citrus hybrids. This disease particularly infects the outer portion of the citrus, which is the rind, but that is the most important uh, portion because it causes economic damage. The inside the skin is not affected, and the affected fruits prematurely drops and eventually reduces significant yield uh, in the farm. This disease is limited to southern Florida in USA right now, uh, uh, but it can be present in subtropical climates as well as wherever citrus are grown in the area. This disease reduces both fruit quantity as well as the fruit quality. Um, it also affects most commercial cultivars available in the market. So just like the citrus greening disease, this disease is also difficult to manage, particularly by the cultivars, as there is no resistant cultivars available at this time. Some of the disease symptoms are that the symptoms are present on maturing fruits, and it gets worse as temperature becomes warm. And the typical symptoms, you can identify the symptoms particularly on the fruits um, which is exposed to the sunlight. Uh, and the other parts of the fruit which is shaded, which will have very less number of black spots compared to the fruit that is exposed to the sunlight. The life cycle of fungi or the disease is that the disease leaves or fruits, they will fall um, on the ground, and it will produce the sexual structure of the fungi, and eventually it will produce the ascospores, which are generally airborne, and it will move from one area to another area and will land on either fruit or the leaf surfaces, which will germinate in the presence of humidity or the leaf wetness and cause the uh, infection into the new healthy leaf or the tree. And then it will have the latent phase where although tree is infected, one cannot find symptoms develop until it has multiplied within the tree. And then once it produces the disease symptoms, it will start producing the pycnidium, which is the asexual portion, and produce several canidia. And then again, it will repeat the cycle of infecting the trees, either the parts of the leaves or the fruits in the humidity or the leaf wetness period. So this is how the entire disease cycle continue to uh, go to infect the new healthy leaves or trees. So how one can manage the citrus black spot? Uh, as I said earlier, there is no resistant cultivars, and it is very difficult to manage the disease. Particularly, many times there is a latent infection when farmers cannot find the disease symptoms. The best option is that once these disease symptoms are identified, it is better to remove the declining trees. Also, when the leaves or fruits are fallen on the ground, it is better to manage them well and clear those leaf litter as soon as possible. So fungus does not have a chance to reproduce both sexual and asexual structures. Also remove the dead twigs from the trees as well as those fallen on the ground. Try to reduce the weighting of leaves fallen on the ground, so that will restrict the fungus to reproduce themselves. Symptomatic fruits generally matures early, and therefore they fall on the ground early as well. So it is recommended to harvest them early because they are still suitable uh, for actually they do have a good juice in the fruit. The other option is the chemical control. This is particularly for the trees which have only few infection and not rigorously infected. So some of the chemicals are any chemicals with copper formulations or strobilurin fungicides. Again, make sure that you read the fungicide labels before you apply them on the citrus trees. The third disease that I will talk about is citrus canker. This is very important disease as well. It is caused by bacterium Xanthomonas xenopodis, pathovar citri. Some of the citrus symptoms and signs uh, on the leaves are that lesions generally starts as a pinpoint spots and then gradually expand to the size of 10 millimeter in diameter. And as it expands, the lesion becomes visible about 7 to 10 days after the infection. And that is the time one cannot know whether there is a infection which has occurred on the tree or not. And this is symptoms generally first appear on the underside of the leaves, but then eventually you can also see on the upper surface of the leaves as well. The spot then will have yellow halo surround the lesions, and uh, it will develop the water soaked margin around the necrotic tissues as well. Some symptoms and signs on the fruit. Um, uh, Generally, fruit drops prematurely when it is infected with the citrus canker disease. Uh, However, the internal quality of the fruit will mostly remain unaffected. Lesion also can occur on stems and remain viable for several seasons, uh, particularly when there is a leaf miner, which is the insect, which will help uh, this disease spread uh, in significant manner. But because as this leaf miner insect mines into the leaves, it will spread the disease. As you can see in the photograph in the upper right corner, how the disease has spread as on the path to the leaf miner. Some of the methods that can help managing citrus canker are that, you know, decontaminate anything that come in contact with the infected trees, including the vans or vehicles that is used to travel into the citrus orchard. If you use any tools, um, uh, decontaminate them as well. You can also remove or burn the infected trees, as you can see in the photograph. And sometimes windbreak trees are also very helpful, as this disease is spread by um, uh, the raindrops or wind, and it can transmit, not transmit, but spread the bacteria. So with that, I would like to thank you for listening me, and let me know if you have any question.
Raquel or Homero or Nadia, could you please translate to our guests that we are open for questions?
Yeah, I don't see questions regarding Jamie's presentation. There are a couple of questions from the previous talk that we can, that's what the only thing I see.
Thank you for your presentation, Dr. Patel. Alguém tem alguma pergunta em português?
Dr. Patel, here in the United States, which of those diseases seems to affect us financially the most?
Well, citrus greening and citrus canker appears to be the most devastating diseases, particularly in the Florida and California region, which is the most suitable, which have most suitable environment for disease development. Regarding citrus greening in Brazil, I think they have found the citrus psyllid, which is the insect vector. I do not know at what extent if there is any disease symptoms present, but since there is a citrus psyllid, I believe disease should be already there at some extent, whether in latent phase or yeah, there might be already a visible symptom somewhere in citrus orchard.
So, you want me to translate?
Yes, please.
La pregunta fue si sobre el área de distribución de todas estas enfermedades. Y Jamie lo mencionó en las presentaciones que más que todo se concentra en el área de Florida, donde hay, aquí en Florida, pues es donde se encuentran las plantaciones de cítricos. Eso en resumen. Tengo una pregunta. I have a question, Jamie. We have a couple species in the citrus family here in our area, but they are not they don't produce fruit that are edible, just they're native plants. Do you have any idea if all these diseases can be I'm sorry, there is some echo. Is it okay now?
Yes, now, yeah, you hear good.
I don't know what happened. So do you know if these diseases can affect other plants in the same citrus family that are not necessarily edible? I just say it in Spanish, just a second. I'm just asking para los colegas en español, mi pregunta es si existen, ese tipo de enfermedades pueden atacar otras plantas que en la familia de los cítricos. Aquí en Missouri tenemos dos especies que no son productivas, pero pertenecen a la familia de los cítricos. Y esa es la pregunta, si esas enfermedades afectan a toda la familia de los cítricos. Okay, thanks. Your answer.
Yeah, so to me, it appears that all those three diseases that I talked about, they can be, they can occur on citrus related trees and hybrids, hybrid species. But I do not know to how much extent it can occur on different hybrids or citrus related species. But I do know that the resistant varieties are not available at this point, and therefore it is very important that early farmers detect them very early and destroy the trees or take appropriate action.
Díaz, la respuesta es que no se sabe. Yo me refiero a esos árboles que no producen frutos comestibles, pero sí pertenecen a la familia de los cítricos. Y pues trabajo con plantas nativas y por eso es mi pregunta. Son plantas nativas aquí en Missouri. But thank you. I don't know if you want to translate into Portuguese. Raquel, I don't know if anybody in Brazil would be interested in hearing about that.
I think the people that I saw here from Brazil, they're animal people. So.
And we ask from our panelists, are citrus diseases some concern that you all have? And if so, are these any of the diseases that you suffer?
¿Alguien tiene algún problema de enfermedades en sus países? Esa es la pregunta. No, I don't see any responses. There is a question.
They are muted.
Well, once everybody has a chance to respond, there's also one question that I will try to respond in the chat box, or not chat box, but in Q&A.
Ya está abierto.
There's a question in the question in a listing. It's in English. If you want to read it, Jessica.
Yeah. So if
Or
I can, yes. So the question is, what do you do to prevent the spread of HLB disease? And HLB is the Huang Longbing disease, which is the same as the citrus greening. So basically, this disease is spread by the insect vector called Asian citrus psyllid. And as far as you are able to manage or control this insect vector, you will be able to manage the disease. However, if you see that there are several colonies that you find in your visual survey or through the yellow sticky trap, it might be too late for you to act on it to manage. It would be very wise to destroy the trees instead. Um, uh, so therefore, it is very important that you regularly inspect your crop or orchard, every few weeks or actually every week, to make sure that they are not having any Asian citrus psyllid on any parts of the trees.
Nadia, I believe Dr. Avelino Hernandez might have had a question or an answer to our question about how prevalent citrus diseases are in Latin America.
I see, sí. Veo que en El Salvador no hay problemas con los cítricos. I just see something from El Salvador where Sandy Martinez says that there are no problems. Those are not problems in El Salvador. We never know, they might show up someday, but they're not present yet.
Okay.
And I see some just comments. Do you want me to read those?
Yes, please.
From Ana Carmen in Mexico is thanking for the excellent presentations in the conference. and she's just glad to be here.
Well, I am very glad that she's here as well.
So I think I don't see any more questions.
How common are citrus diseases in Mexico?
Perdón, ¿cuáles, qué tan, can you repeat, please? I wasn't paying attention.
For our Mexican colleagues, how common are these citrus diseases in Mexico?
Para nuestros colegas en México, ¿tienen alguna, cuánto, que tienen muchos problemas con los cítricos ustedes?
Bueno, good morning, everyone. My
Morning.
name is Urbano Nava from La Laguna, Mexico. The main problem in Mexico is the HLB transmitted by Diaphorina citri. We have an official campaign against this pest and this disease in Mexico. One of the main citrus producing region in the north of Mexico is Nuevo León, in the state of Nuevo León, and in the state of Sonora. Then I think, and I know the main problem is the HLB transmitted by this pest, Diaphorina citri. Doctora Nadia.
Sí, sinceramente, por favor, repite el nombre de la enfermedad que tiene usted mayor problema. Es un poco difícil de escuchar.
Sí, el principal problema fitosanitario actualmente en cítricos en México es el One Longping HLB, transmitido por Diaphorina citri, el cílido asiático de los cítricos.
No, I have problems hearing details. No, no lo pueden escribirlo en el chat, el nombre de la enfermedad. Disculpe, pero no escucho bien.
Sí, es el nombre que el doctor Jamie comentó, es citrus greening.
Ok. O sea que sí, el mayor problema que ellos tienen es sobre el greening o enverdecimiento de los cítricos.
Sí, ese es el principal problema.
Y ustedes no tienen problemas con la tristeza.
Tristeza de los cítricos también es un problema, sí. El problema más reciente, la tristeza de los cítricos es una enfermedad ya muy antigua aquí en México, y el citrus greening es más nueva, es más reciente, y tenemos campañas oficiales por sanidad vegetal en las diferentes regiones citrícolas del país.
So, Jamie,
Yes.
they say that they do have problems with greening of the citrus. And I asked about an old disease that is called tristeza de los cítricos. It's like, I forget it in English, sadness of the citrus. Citrus sadness is translated, that it is an old disease that is already there, but they know how to control it. Or at least they are aware of it. But it's an old disease. Let me just, if I can find out the scientific name.
Well, there was a breakup. I couldn't hear properly.
I'm sorry?
Can you repeat that? There was a bad connection, I guess.
In Spanish, it's tristeza de los cítricos. It was the, let's see, I put it in the chat. But I don't know the name in English. It's just a disease that is already introduced in all in Latin America. And it's an old disease. But right now the problem is the greening. And it's in Mexico.
And you said the other disease was called citrus satinus?
Well, I translated that way in English, but I'm sure that there is another name in English. But it's called tristeza, it's like sadness of the citrus because they start dying slowly, but the same thing, that they would die. Once they have it, they have it. There's no way to control it.
Yeah. Okay.
Does it affect the plant and the fruits, both the leaves and then the fruits?
Yeah, and there are a few questions in the chat. Let me just translate. From Guatemala.
Yes.
En Guatemala, well, I read it in Spanish and then in English. En Guatemala no he escuchado de las plagas de cítricos. La producción es pequeña, generalmente para consumo local. ¿Alguien más de Guatemala tiene otra opinión? Esta pregunta viene de Walter Martínez. So he thinks that there are no problems with citrus diseases in Guatemala. I'm sorry?
I said it is good for them.
Yeah, it is good. And probably because there are so many mountains in our countries that there might be everything is separated and it's not completely, they're isolated. So that's hopefully the case. And it's just saying that it's glad that Jamie dice que es bueno que no existan los problemas en Guatemala y pues yo se mencionó que hay mucha montaña y volcanes en Guatemala, puede ser que estén aislados las poblaciones y eso ayuda. Otra pregunta en español o está en inglés, pero here in El Salvador, in 2020, the government through the Agricultural Ministry accepted the presence of HLD in citrus. So it is present too. This is one of our phytosanitary problems now. O sea que sí, en El Salvador hay problemas con la enfermedad de HLD. En citrus, fue un comentario. According to Wildfire, el citrus greening es una enfermedad emergente en Guatemala. So citrus greening is also happening in Guatemala. So it just depends where you are, I guess. It's not detected everywhere. So, and that is what I see in the chat. In the questions, we already answered the questions. Anybody else? ¿Otros comentarios?
Doctora Nadia.
Sí, dígame.
Estamos checando sobre la tristeza de los cítricos. Es un virus. Es citrus, tristeza virus. Y es transmitido por el pulgón café de los cítricos. Toxóptera citricida.
Hay problemas de estática. No les escucho bien, disculpen. No pueden escribir en el chat. Solo mencionen sobre escuché que sí, que sobre la tristeza de los cítricos.
Sí, es el virus.
Sí, eso. Ajá.
Virus.
Sí, es un poco difícil. It's hard to hear. I don't know how to fix that. If you guys can write it, podrían escribirlo en el chat o en las preguntas, por favor. Solo haga un comentario.
Thank you. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yeah, we can hear. Can everybody hear?
Okay. Wait a moment, please.
Urbano Nava, de nuevo, doctor Nadia. Urbano Nava.
Okay, voy a tratar. Diga.
Estamos comentando que el principal problema pues es el citrus greening, ¿verdad? Y una enfermedad más antigua es la tristeza de los cítricos, causada por el citrus tristeza virus.
Sí, o sea, sí, eso yo lo transferí, lo que ustedes mencionaron antes, y sí, les compartí que ustedes mencionaban que sí tienen problemas con el enverdecimiento de los cítricos.
Sí.
Y que la tristeza de los cítricos es una enfermedad vieja, se puede decir.
Sí, así es.
Introducida hace muchos años. En El Salvador tuvimos ese problema hace años.
Sí. Entonces, esos serían los dos principales problemas en México.
Okay, so those are the two main problems that they have. And you guys are in Mexico. The greening and also the tristeza de los cítricos that is transmitted by a virus.
Okay.
I'll find out for you, Jamie. I don't have the scientific name with handy, but
Leopold Sereno has a question.
go ahead.
He just needs to unmute himself.
No le escuchamos. Puede hablar. Su micrófono está apagado.
I have also asked him to be a panelist.
Está en muting. Polito. Puede hablar. No le escuchamos. Oh, I don't know. There might be some problem here. Let me see if there is a question. Oh, I don't see anything.
There was a question up at the very top.
Yeah, he's talking here. It's regarding the entomology. It's not for this presentation.
It's for Clement.
Yeah, and I thought that we could mention, he has two questions.
Okay, let's see.
So his question is, let's see, going back to, we're talking about insects right now. Ahorita vamos a hablar sobre los insectos, dos preguntas que tenía el ingeniero Serrano. How do you test this insect in the field? He's talking about the
Asian select. Is it the Asian select?
It's not here, but how you test the HBLM insect in the field? That's one question.
So how do you test whether it has the insect has the bacteria in it? Is it the question? Because the insect serves as a vector for the bacteria, you know. So is it testing for whether the insect has the bacteria or?
No, the question about, you're talking about the HBLM, if I'm saying it, if it's the right spelling. Are the
HLB.
It shall be. Okay, so he wants to know how you tested it in the field. When you did the research, you were counting those insects through the year, through the growing season. He just wants to know how you test them. How do you do the surveys in the field?
Yeah, Jamie did mention you can use yellow sticky traps. You can install yellow sticky traps in the orchards or the groves, you know, depending on where you are talking. So you put these sticky traps, yellow sticky traps, and they will come on, you know, they will be attracted to the yellow sticky traps. And then if you want to determine whether they have the vector, I think you have to use some biological or molecular analysis to be able to do that.
La respuesta, ingeniero Serrano, es que coloca las tarjetas amarillas que atraen para atraer a los insectos y son que tienen como sticky. I'm sorry.
Yellow sticky trap.
Sí, en español no se me viene el nombre, pero tienen pegamento y se ponen eso es lo más natural para atraer a los insectos. Y de eso utiliza él. But do you add any like pheromones or something special to attract them?
Yeah, I think I've read that in Florida, they have a pheromone that they put in those traps. You know, there's a pheromone that they use, but I've forgotten it. I forgot that.
No.
Yes.
But you haven't done that.
No, I have done that. We have not done that.
Okay. Le pregunté eso, si se puede agregar feromonas, y sí dice que se está haciendo en Florida, pero él no lo ha hecho todavía. Solamente utiliza ese tipo de tarjetas amarillas para atraerlos y atraparlos.
I also want to mention that if I heard the question right, that how can we detect the bacteria in the insect? If that was the question, then it is important to detect the insect rather than bacteria, even though insect has not collected the bacteria in their guts, because those insects, if not today, tomorrow will be able to collect the bacterium into their guts by feeding. And once it is in their insect, it will be there in the lifespan. Okay, so it is important to detect the insect rather than bacteria for this disease.
Mm-hmm. That was the question. Yeah, they just want to know about the insect.
So as far as insect is present, it is able to transmit the disease from infected plants to healthy plants. It is just the matter of time when it will feed on infected plants and then, you know, move on to the healthy plants. So therefore, as soon as you find the insect, you should treat with insecticides or destroy the trees if you find the disease symptoms.
I don't know if we're talking about the same thing, but it's what is lo que él agrega, el doctor Jamie, es que lo más importante es detectar los insectos, porque la enfermedad va a aparecer en un momento a otro. Pero lo importante es detectar primero los insectos y tratar de controlarlos. quiero ver si hay otras preguntas. I don't know if we're talking about the insects right now or are in other animals, or should we finish with the Jamie presentation?
I don't have any questions in Portuguese, but I have a comment. Guilherme from São Paulo State University, he is attending and he's congratulating Lincoln University for the symposium. So I'd like to thank São Paulo State University for attending.
I think at this point we could open up questions for either Dr. Patel or Dr. Costaminsta. And we have just a few more minutes until we move on to the panel discussion.
There is one additional question from Leopoldo Serrano from El Salvador. It was related to, for Dr. Clement. And it's what are the critical numbers to decide to control the insect? And we're still talking about the same, let's see.
You're talking about the Asian citrus psyllid, right?
Yeah, he's still talking about that, and he wants to know what the critical numbers are to decide to control it. And because he works with IPM too.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you very much. So, see, for most insect vectors, even one insect is critical because of the fact that they are able to move from or feed or to transmit the disease from one plant to the other. So a single insect on a trap should be something that we should be, we should be worried about. So I will say that just one insect, a female insect or a male insect, should be something that we should be worried about. So I would say, I don't have the number yet, but I would say that given most insect that vector diseases, and in particular, this Asian citrus psyllid, one is enough.
La pregunta en pocas palabras es: uno es suficiente para empezar a controlar porque es un problema grave. No hay que esperar a que a encontrar más para hacer control. Esa es la respuesta. And I don't see anybody else. I have another question here from El Salvador, from Reina Flor Guzmán de Serrano. HLB es un problema grave en El Salvador, mayor que el ácaro de la leprosis. She's just making a comment that the HLB is really a problem in El Salvador, but there is a mite. I don't know if it's in English. Is the process. Let's see. There's a mite that she calls ácaro de la leprosis. Romero, tal vez me puede dar una ayudita aquí. ¿Cómo se traduce ¿cómo se podría traducir leprosis? No está por ahí. Well, she's referring to a mite that is a problem in El Salvador.
Okay, on citrus.
Yeah, I think so. Reina, is what you were talking about? Reina se refiere al cítrico siempre, a los cítricos.
Yeah, there are several mites that attack citrus. A major one is the citrus red mite, which is Pyronitrus citrate. It's a very, very serious pest, in citrus. But the good thing about that mite is that we can control them using predatory mites that are able to control other mites. So Galendromos, for instance, is one of the species. And then there are other species, Phytocilus californicus, I think so, that or another one. So these are also sold commercially that people can buy and introduce into their orchards or citrus groves to control these mites. So yeah, it's red citrus mite and then two-spotted mite. These are all mites that can affect citrus.
Okay, and are you familiar with this leprosy citrus?
Yes.
Mite?
Yes.
Okay. So it's the answer, yes, it's very common. Es muy común. Y gracias por mencionarlo, Reina. Gracias, Homero.
With that, I would like to move on to the discussion with our panel for going through and examining examining some of the different plant pests and diseases that are of concern to our panelists. So our panelists from Mexico, we have Avelino Hernandez, Guatemala, Wefer Martinez, Brazil, Paulo Roberto Morelos, El Salvador, Jose Miguel Sereno, and from Lincoln University, Dr. Clemente Costaminsta. So my questions for all of you are twofold. What plant pests and diseases are of concern to you where you live? And are there any new diseases to your area that you would like to learn more about? So with that, I will turn it over, stop screen share and turn it over to our panelists to see if you would like to share what you have there. So Nadia, will you repeat what I've just said for our Spanish-speaking friends?
Okay, in Spanish first. Panelistas, ahorita estamos listos para discutir sobre cualquier problema en adición de lo que ya se discutió. ¿Qué les gustaría a ustedes platicar sobre algunos problemas que ustedes han observado? Y pues les gustaría discutirlo con otros colegas, no solo aquí en Estados Unidos, pero en los países latinoamericanos. Pues cualquiera puede dar su opinión y bienvenidos a todos los representantes de cada país. I don't know if we have anybody from Brazil.
Yeah, se alguém do Brasil tiver alguma doença, a gente gostaria de saber quais as doenças que mais, de plantas, né, que mais preocupam no Brasil. Agora está aberto para a participação de vocês, se alguém quiser fazer algum comentário.
So the floor is open for everybody now, Jessica?
Yes, and please, our attendees, if you would like to contribute in the question and answer what in your region are some plant pests and diseases that you find concerning?
Por favor, participen. Pues cualquiera puede dar su opinión. Si quieren colaborar en responder algunas preguntas, por favor háganlo. Que ahorita es lo más importante, que empecemos conversación entre todos.
A gente gostaria de saber quais doenças de plantas que são encontradas no Brasil. Então, se você quiser se manifestar e sugerir alguma doença, para que a gente possa ter ideias para o próximo simpósio, só mandar no chat para eu poder traduzir para eles.
Javier Martinez from Guatemala.
Quiero compartirles con ustedes algunas plagas y enfermedades emergentes aquí en la zona noroccidental. No sé si puedo compartir unas diapositivas muy rápido.
Por favor. Continúe, Walter.
¿Están viendo? Sí.
Sí. Perfecto.
Sí, este estudio es muy rápido. Esta es la parte noroccidental donde a lo que me estoy refiriendo, colindando con el sur de México. Y aquí, en este punto, justamente aquí es donde me encuentro ahora ubicado, en Huehuetenango.
Disculpe, dígame si quiere, cuando quiera que le traduzca. Porque es bien visible, es claro ver lo que usted está presentando, pero solo me avisa.
Ok. Y en el 2019 se hizo un esfuerzo por hacer estudios de problemas emergentes y lo que voy a hacer es mencionar los principales hallazgos de plagas y enfermedades al 2019, justo antes de pandemia. Es un proyecto con fondos de USDA administrado por IICA.
Okay. ¿Cuándo se inició este proyecto, programa?
Esto se publicó en el 2019 los diagnósticos, pero el proyecto terminó el año pasado.
Okay. So just to share with everyone, he's sharing information about one project that they already did with different countries in Latin America to identify some emergent plants and diseases in Latin America, and it was done by an organization, an international organization. It's IICA, I forgot exactly the translation, but he's sharing their findings as follows. Por favor, continúe.
Entonces, digamos que esto no es que sea autoría, yo solo tuve relación en un proyecto, pero son varios autores y varios centros de la Universidad de San Carlos, entre ellos nosotros, pero son varios autores, no es autoría propia.
Sí, well, he just sharing the information about a project done with a few organizations, and he doesn't want to show that it is his own work, but it's just something that has been done in collaboration with other groups. Permítame un segundo. Raquel, do you want to say something? Or
I just had a comment from Brazil, Mariana from São Paulo. She's attending and she's congratulating us for the symposium. I don't have any questions in Portuguese.
okay. Okay, so continúe, Walter.
Y esto es en Papa, ¿verdad? Estamos aquí en una zona muy fría, zonas altas de Guatemala, y esas son las tres problemas fuertes ahora en Huehuetenango. Este hongo y estas dos bacterias que afectan el tubérculo. Y en maíz, ya en las zonas bajas de Huehuetenango, en la parte fronteriza con México, también hay surgimientos de manchas de asfalto en los meses de enero, febrero, por cambios de temperatura y días calurosos. Se está afectando, este es un problema ahora. Entonces, esto sería en estos dos cultivos.
So he's sharing with everyone that these are their main problems right now with potato. They have these three diseases that are showing. Even they have, as I mentioned, in Guatemala, there's a lot of mountains, so they grow potato in higher elevations, but still they have these problems. And with corn, it's in the lower parts of the lower areas where it's hot, and this is one disease that is showing. It's called mancha de asfalto. I'll ask about what the name could be in English. Walter, do you know, ¿sabe qué produce la mancha del asfalto?
Sí, perdón, no lo coloqué, pero es una asociación de tres hongos. Entonces, es una asociación de tres hongos que se unen y producen manchas sobre el follaje y cierto achaparramiento de la planta, pero no lo coloqué, pero tengo mala memoria, no lo recuerdo, pero sí son tres hongos. Ahí lo voy a colocar ahora después.
Okay. This mancha de asfalto is just is a disease that is produced by the association of three fungi. And he doesn't have the name right now, but he will share it later. No hay problema, él se puede compartir luego.
Okay. Lo voy a continuar. Y el tomates en la zona, el Ralstonia, que es una bacteria, está afectando y muchos nematos agalladores. Ese es un problema en tomates, está elevando los costos de producción. Y en melocotón, que es un cultivo que está emergiendo, va creciendo en su dinámica, sobre todo para exportar a Centroamérica. Pero esta es la mosca de la fruta y los trips son plagas que se han mapeado últimamente que están creciendo en sus dinámicas de población y están afectando la calidad de la fruta. Esos.
In tomatoes, he's talking about bacteria, Ralstonia, and also nematodes like Meloidogene. Those two are problems in tomatoes. And with melocotone or peach, this is an emergent, it's a fruit that is being established because it's an important production for Guatemala, so they can sell it in Central America. In other Central American countries, they're having problems with fruit flies and also with strips. And so those are things that he wants to share about this fruit and tomatoes.
Nadia, did you say melocotone was peaches?
Yeah.
Okay.
Y en café, Huehuetenango es el cuarto productor de café a nivel nacional y tiene una tasa muy buena de 90, 94 puntos. Se ha ganado tasas de excelencia a nivel internacional en Huehuetenango. No se está registrando la broca del café, pero en estos últimos 3 años han aparecido broca del café en algunas fincas y se piensa que es por estos cambios de temperatura últimamente que está haciendo que se aparezca la broca del café en estas zonas donde antes no se reportaba.
Se supone que uno de los principales problemas recientes es la pandemia.
So regarding coffee, but as you saw at the beginning, he showed the area that he was referring to, Huehuetenango is in the west part of the country. And the coffee in this area is excellent. It has high numbers, and was referred to 94 points. But lately they have been having problems with an insect. This is, if I remember well, this is well, it's a little insect. It's that causes problems with in coffee, and they think that the problem might be with climate change. That's why this is becoming a problem. Okay.
Y finalmente, este es un estudio, parte del proyecto lo hizo doctor Bonilla. Encontró ya en aguacate Hass. Aquí el aguacate Hass también está creciendo. Es un cultivo que está emergiendo, está floreciendo. Y este fue el resumen, digamos, de las plagas que están atacando en el aguacate. Barrenadores del tallo, del fruto principalmente. Entonces, a esto hay que poner la atención para garantizar buena calidad del aguacate Hass, que este es lo que surgió en este diagnóstico y en este proyecto. Lo que está aquí, ¿verdad? No lo puedo leer, pero aquí está, para que lo puedan ver.
Sí, y se puede, lo vemos. This is, he's talking about avocado now. Avocado has been introduced in Guatemala, and it's flourishing. But this is a whole list of insects that are showing up in the trees now. And it just something for concern. But so as you can see, there are several Coleoptera and also Lepidoptera. So there is diversity of insect pests.
Thanks.
So that's it. Okay, so this is all he has for everybody, and this is the results from the original project that he mentioned at the beginning. So thank you.
I have a feedback here from
Martinez.
I'm sorry.
I have a few questions.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, I have a contribution here from Brazil. Guilherme from São Paulo State University is suggesting us to talk about next time, forage diseases. It's something that it's a big concern in Brazil.
What diseases did you say?
Forage.
Oh, okay.
And there is another mention here also. Another problem of citrus in El Salvador is the minor in citrus.
If minor.
And it's they have the scientific name here. I don't know if you can see it. Phylognistis citrella.
Yeah.
And the problem is worse in the nursery. So small trees.
Clement, what's your question?
Thank you. So, Dr. Martinez, thank you so much for sharing these ideas with us. So it looks like some of the insects that you have listed are also common, although they may be different species. For instance, Conotrachilus, which is species that is also, there's a species that is also found here. It's a serious pest of apples and peaches. The plum cuculio is a serious pest of apples, peaches, and many crops. So it looks like, given the insect, the fact that they are in the same, genus or general, let me put it that way, they can be, or whatever is applied in, controlling some of the species here can also be applied there, because they have the same biology. Some of them lay their egg in the fruit. So if it is coffee, it's pepper, whatever, they lay their egg in the fruit. And the fruit develop, the larva develop, and then it enters the soil and continues the development. So I think that there are ways to control those insects using traps, using pheromone traps. So possibly, if there are, as I can see, there are ways that we can control these insects. So probably we could share ideas and then see how best we could collaborate on that. And you also did mention of some lepidopteran pests like the tortricids. Most tortricids are also pests of, apples and peaches. They are also pests of apples and peaches, and there are a lot of mating disruption, strategies that have been employed with those, insects. So I think that, given the exposure that you have given, I will be able to collaborate and then find ways of trying to, investigate. I understand most situations are different, but for insects, most of the time, they do the same thing, they from egg to larva to adult, they do the same thing. So I want to say that there are ways we can control them. Thank you.
I just check. Are you going to translate, Nadia?
Perdón. Sí, va a explicarle a Walter que, pero si quieres ayudar está bien.
No, yo iba a decir otra cosa, adelante.
Solo quería decirle a doctor Clement, a Walter le agradece por su presentación y lo que ve que hay muchos insectos que son similares a los que atacan a las manzanas y otros tipos de frutas similares aquí donde nosotros en Missouri, y pues está interesado en colaborar directamente con usted porque hay muchas similitudes sobre los insectos que están atacando al melocotón, al aguacate, y pues está interesado en colaborar. Homero, si quieres agregar algo.
Sí, solo coloqué en el chat dos publicaciones. I post two publications that Dr. Pedro Cano from Mexico is sending, talking about some of the diseases of citrus. And probably also the people from Mexico maybe just talk about the main diseases over there that are in pecan and watermelon, or some diseases and some pests over there. And probably they may do in English, so we don't have to translate. So La Laguna pueden comenzar y pueden comentarlo en inglés si quieren, nada más tratar de hablar fuerte, ¿no?
Bien, voy a hacer algunos comentarios de la problemática en la laguna, en la comarca lagunera de México. No sé si me escucha bien, doctora Nadia.
Sí, yo quiero que Homero esté aquí conmigo porque necesito, a veces se pierden alguna información, pero entre los dos podemos completar, si es posible. Pero no sé si voy a hacer lo que pueda. Por favor, continúen.
Muy bien. Aquí en México tenemos gran diversidad de áreas agrícolas. Entonces, prácticamente tenemos la mayoría de los problemas que también están en Centroamérica y Sudamérica.
You want to translate, Nadia?
Okay, just in general is okay. What he's saying is that in Mexico they share a few of the problems with Central American countries. So that was just the initial introduction. He wants to talk about some of the problems that they have similar to Central American countries. Anything else? I think it's great. If I miss something, please, Homero, you can add for me.
I think it has to be like a very often translation, just like two, 3 sentences and translate it to English. So if not, you will not be able to be translating. Yeah.
Yeah, we just do what we can here.
Okay.
I want to ask a question.
Okay.
I want to ask Dr. Martinez. I want to ask Dr. Martinez if he's aware of mating disruption for codling moth and then oriental fruit moth, whether they have these species, and then if they have, what are they doing to address some of these issues, like, you know, insects that I've mentioned, codling moth, and then oriental fruit moth.
I'm just having a hard time understanding. I don't know if my microphone or is acting on me. But your question was for, because Avelino Hernandez and colegas were talking about their problems in Mexico. So your question was for...
Yeah, I was talking to Dr. Martinez. You know, he gave a presentation of some of the insects that, you know, they are, you know, emerging as pests in the, you know, in the country. And I was asking, because I said that there are certain, you know, control measures that are applicable to most insects. I was asking him if they have issue with codling moth, which is a tortoisid, and because it's a tortoisid, probably the other insect that they are finding, we can use some of the approaches that we use in addressing codling moth in US.
Codling moth.
Codling is yeah, you can Google it and see codling, C-O-D-L-E-N-G, codling moth.
Like that.
Doctor Nadia, la codling moth, que aquí en México la conocemos como palomilla de la manzana, es la plaga primaria en manzano en México, particularmente en Chihuahua y Coahuila. Entonces, sí tenemos esa especie, la codling moth, como plaga principal aquí en nuestro país.
Y esa es ¿cómo se escribe? Codling moth. Puede ver en el chat.
The scientific name is Cidia pomonella.
Yeah.
Cidia pomonella,
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's agreeing that they do have problems in Coahuila and Chihuahua in Mexico. They have problems with you say with apples and related species.
And how are they managing?
Cold animals, okay.
How are they
Okay.
managing the species?
So it would be the same thing. So there are things in common, things that we have in common. O sea que son especies similares y ahí sí tenemos varias en común. Por lo que se ve.
Yo creo que lo que podemos hacer, doctora Nadia, es en una siguiente reunión presentar una presentación sobre los principales problemas en frutales, hortalizas y otros cultivos básicos, de tal manera que nuestros colegas tengan esa información, los problemas tanto de plagas como de enfermedades.
Okay. Thank you for that. What he's saying is that that they're gonna prepare in a new meeting, and that would be their participation. They're gonna put together all the information about their pests and diseases and present it to the group. Y la verdad, Abelino, la verdad que todos, o sea que cada país va a tener la oportunidad de hacer una presentación especial. Entonces eso se puede, tendría que platicar con Jessica y con el grupo para ver qué día se podría hacer o qué fecha podría incluirse su presentación.
Thank you very much.
So they just want to share, and they're gonna put a presentation together. So to talk about all the pests and diseases that they have. So and as I know that this is just the beginning for our conversations. Y sí, ese es en realidad es un conversatorio entre países para ver qué problemas tenemos en común y qué se puede hacer para controlarlos o evitarlos.
Con respecto a la plaga de la que habló el doctor Clement, Stinkbug, esa especie no la tenemos aquí en todo México, tampoco aquí en la laguna.
Está hablando de la verdad que no se me olvidan los nombres, HBL. Eso no lo tiene.
No, esa no la tenemos, pero sí tenemos algunas plagas emergentes como el pulgón amarillo del sorgo, sugarcane aphid, is a new pest in Mexico. We have also a new disease in melons and watermelons, the vine decline.
Él menciona que sí tienen varias enfermedades, pero en otros cultivos, incluyendo el sorgo, I'm sorry.
The sugarcane aphid in sorghum, and a new virus disease, the tomato brown rugose fruit virus. That's a new disease here in La Laguna.
Sí. Okay, so well, they have several problems in other crops, and that's what they're gonna share. Like they have sorghum, sugarcane, melon, so they do have problems in other crops, and maybe it would be a good idea to say that it's just a beginning and then everybody can talk about other crops in the future.
All right, now I'm not muted.
Yes.
So yes, this is just the beginning. And at the end of the symposium, I will be sending out a questionnaire to everyone that's attended so that you have the opportunity to put in all of the plant pests and diseases and the animal pests and diseases that you have as a concern, so that we can put it into one large document and we can start going from there to populate the new topics for our next symposium.
Sí, sí, ella lo que le quiere corroborar que esto solo es un principio nada más, es para empezar la conversación entre todos nosotros y al final de ese seminario, de ese simposio, hay una evaluación en la que ustedes puedan poner todo lo que ustedes quieran que les gustaría discutir en el futuro. Y para eso hemos planeado 3 simposios en adición a este. Ese es, como recuerdan, le llamamos piloto porque es como un aprendizaje y es una forma de presentarnos. Y luego, en los siguientes simposios vamos a discutir en más detalle otro tipo de problemas.
Okay, I believe everybody in Brazil can understand Spanish, but I would like to just summarize what we have been discussing the last discussions that we had. So, para o pessoal em Brasil que está acompanhando, esse é só o primeiro projeto, né, o projeto piloto, e nós estamos discutindo quais as doenças são várias doenças em comum que a gente tem em toda a América Latina e também aqui nos Estados Unidos. Então, a gente está tentando identificar quais são essas doenças de interesse para todos, para que a gente possa não só ter ideias para o próximo evento, mas também como o Dr. Clemente mencionou, a gente possa ter colaboração no futuro e desenvolver colaboração entre as universidades para desenvolver pesquisas, tanto no México, em Guatemala, El Salvador, Brasil, e aqui com a Lincoln University no Missouri.
With that, I would like to say thank you so very much to everyone that has attended this morning panel session. And we will be returning back at 1 o'clock Central Standard Time for our animal discussions in the afternoon. Thank you.
Gracias a todos por su participación. Vamos a tener un break ahorita y nos vemos a la 1 para platicar sobre problemas en animales por la tarde. Hasta pronto.
See that all right?
Sí, yes, it's okay.
Okay, cool. All right, and Dr. Salinas should be along shortly, but I guess he's going to kind of let me cover the initial part of this. So in case anybody thought they were going to come and probably learn a ton of new information, you may be disappointed. And I'm probably not the person to do that or going to claim any expertise in brucellosis. And is it really new and emerging as we're going to talk about it? We've run into an issue within our area, in our state, where we have seen a couple of recent situations, one specifically that I'll bring up, where we had a diagnosis of brucellosis, but it was brucellosis or Brucella ovis only. In the US, we have a very, at least to our knowledge, low level of Brucella abortus, which has been the primary focus of our eradication programs within the cattle industry. And at least to my knowledge at this point, no known incidents or cases of melitensis of the sheep and goat primary variety, where we see certainly issues with those worldwide, and they still remain a huge zoonotic concern for public health, whether that's from direct exposure on farm or through products sold to consumers. So maybe a few questions we'll just raise as we have found maybe some new situations or concerns with brucellosis. And we're going to just, I guess, compare and contrast a little bit, some background information about some significant differences. And certainly Brucella ovis, a much less concerning disease than many of the Brucella organisms that we may be seeing otherwise and worldwide. So there is a lot of info on a couple of these slides and too much. So I'm going to kind of breeze through just some high points of things we've pointed out. And I'm sure we probably have some attendees that are much well versed and knowledgeable about many of those brucellosis types, just because of the incidence and the occurrence of those diseases that they deal with on a regular basis. Again, I graduated from veterinary school in 2001, so it's been about 20 years ago. And the number of times we have dealt with even suspicious cases has been excessively rare. When I was first in practice, we were still blood testing Missouri cattle as a surveillance measure, looking for evidence of the disease. But it was extremely rare that we saw that. And so outside of the Yellowstone National Park area, where we know there is some endemic disease within some bison or maybe the elk herds, maybe some other sporadic cases, there is pretty limited issue of many of the more serious issues of Brucella abortus that we're aware of. And again, no recognized evidence of malintensis. Brucella ovis, as we mentioned, much less concerning, as it doesn't really have a zoonotic component. It is pretty well confined to just sheep. There may be some discussions. There certainly have seen some evidence of at least antibodies to potential exposure in wildlife in various areas. But again, it doesn't maybe present near the concern, and even from a disease aspect within those animals, a little less concern for us as well. I can get my page turner down right. So as we look at distribution of ovis, we do see it in a number of places around the globe that it does seem to be prevalent. And probably one of the more interesting questions for me, either from a state and really I think maybe even from a national issue within the US is there a few more of these things present, especially with sheep and goats, that we're unaware of because we just don't look very regularly. Some of that related to the fact that we don't have a ton of control mandated programs, but often our producers don't take the time and effort to really pursue diagnostics. So we don't do a lot of testing in a lot of these sheep and goat cases, even sometimes when disease seems to be pretty significant. Transmission, if we just look at B. ovis, we can see the transmission potentially occur through a number of mucous membranes. Semen is highlighted there, though, as really semen going to be the primary way that we see a lot of problems when we investigate the herd infections or issues we have seen here that results in the sexual transmission of most infected cases. And I think if we compare that, as we'll see later, with Brucella malintensis or even abortus, usually we're looking at environmental disease issues from those abortion products. So the aborted embryo, fluids, placental tissues, etc. And they really provide the bulk of that exposure, and we're getting that oral exposure for many of those animals. So again, it's certainly a little different disease than more of the severe ones that we tend to be maybe on the lookout for. If we compare that and really a lot of these factors with malintensis, we can kind of generally group together with abortus and even suis, and maybe even some of the new marine versions that have come up or been identified in the last few years. But we see certainly they have some very similar type presentations, usually that third term abortion, They may have a number of biobars or some of the subtypes. And we can even see a significant component again with zoonosis or transmission to people. Even some that have been associated with some of the vaccines. And as I mentioned, there are a number of places we don't see this, including the US. So again, not a disease we have much experience having to be concerned or deal with. Abortus, what's the cattle version, certainly has been the one in the US that we have had to deal with the most, but really in the last 20 to 25 years, and maybe a little further, has just not been that prone. So if we look at ovis, again, really what we're looking at is some of this associated ram infertility. And so that epididymitis, so inflammation of the epididymis that can be very noticeable or palpable that we can find, and some reduced fertility being the big sequela that we expect. Getting rid of those rams, culling of rams, certainly can have some genetic impact. We could see some significant loss or at least delay in the reproductive efficiency of ewes. But a lot of times we're not seeing some of the more severe outcomes that we might see. And as we look at ewes, if we can reduce that exposure, so if we get rid of the infertility issues that may be associated with those rams, most of these ewes will clear a Brucella ovis infection within a couple of cycles. So maybe within 30 to 40 days, and actually can go into production and don't represent a huge issue. We don't see the persistence of infection in young lambs. And if we again look at malintensis, we look at abortus, there are situations where young animals may get it that have a very difficult to find disease status. So it's hard to find them to be test positive, and they may have a fairly persistent infection for a long time with limited signs. And we just don't have some of those same challenges that appear to be that common. Chronic carriers can, or at least reported in some literature, but really aren't viewed as a huge concern. And just for some reference, there are some variable little diagnostic differences. If you're in Colorado in the United States, they do a PCR test on semen. The plan for Missouri, since we have had some cases diagnosed recently, is they're importing and just getting set up to run a new ELISA test that they're going to look and start doing some testing around the state. As we talk of the, again, more of those, maybe those smooth LPS segments. So they'll divide some of these into the type of LPS. They're smooth and rough. Ovis and I believe Canis are both rough. But some of the testing will differentiate based on that. So if we look at these smoother ones of malintensis, abortus, and suis, again, that late gestation abortion tends to be one of the big findings. In some pigs that get suis, we may not see all-out abortions, but certainly reduced litter sizes. And again, a variety of testing options. And if you look through some literature, through some research articles, a number of testing things that are coming about, lots of increases in PCR and other options to really more fine-tune to try to get different biovars isolated by PCR. So there's a lot of new testing options coming. But again, probably beyond the scope of my certainly knowledge and this presentation to go deep into those. But I think we may need to be aware of those in some situations and how they continue to evolve. Some of the challenges we have seen in the past is some of these tests may not have allowed to know which type did you have if you didn't do some secondary testing. But again, I think there's certainly some progress being made as we're moving along. So as we go back to the ovis issue that we've kind of seen, really the big issue is no treatment for any of these Brucella type infections. Treatment is not going to be a recommendation. But in ovis, really, if we can cull rams and if we will test rams to identify and find these individuals, we can probably be extremely successful in getting rid of that disease. I did note here with the red parentheses of MO or from Missouri that in talking with the regulatory officials that have dealt with this case, the palpable testicular lesions that are often discussed, they did not find to be a very prominent sign. Now, whether that is because they were dealing with this maybe fairly early on and we did not see some of these more chronic changes occur, or if they just weren't finding this one to be as common, we don't know. It would be great if that palpable finding was really prevalent, because we could probably count on a better, or at least a larger number of producers at least doing some of those checks visually and palpating to rule some of these out. With that being not as common, I think under half of them they felt had palpable changes in Missouri's case. We're going to have to make sure producers are actually testing and doing those extra things to change and have better outcomes. And again, in the U side, really just some waiting and time often will take care of that issue. Rare is it going to be that we have a sustained infection in a U, and no vaccine, again, that we have approved for that. I did read where we've had reports, and others will certainly have more knowledge and experience, but if they have a militensis vaccine in use, that it might be effective or provide some cross protection. But again, since we don't have those here, no evidence of that, so it won't be part of our plan. And again, the same with all those. We just don't recommend the treatment. And the big thing can be that we often find, while we may treat and you could see a decrease in the number of bacteria that are active or that are present within the body, they may test better, they may appear negative, is that complete elimination of this bacteria is extremely difficult. And so in treatment, we may get a false sense of security or even some false testing that looks like a clearance that is not. And then we may see that come back or reemerge to provide bigger concerns later. So really, we kind of brought this up just because of some recent, and as I sit right in front of this, if I could change where I was, I wouldn't be in front of some of the area. But as we look at what we found in Missouri, is they had mainly in some hair sheep that this has been an issue that were brought in from another region, so from Texas, different state. And they were seeing some significant losses. Apparently, if you went back to the herd which it came from, they were having some fairly significant losses in reproduction as well, low litter rates, decreased fertility, but they had enough other problems that they had really not found any evidence, certainly hadn't investigated for Brucella to be part of that. And so we had a number of those animals that I'm thinking was in somewhere between maybe 1 to 200 that were brought into the state. And they started having some reproductive problems. And they actually submitted an aborted fetus and got a diagnosis of Brucella ovis, which is fairly uncommon. Again, usually we're seeing some decreased ram fertility, maybe some early losses in ewes. We can see aborted fetuses, but they are much less common. And so in this case, kind of an unusual way, but once they diagnosed this in an aborted fetus, they started testing the flock, and they found that 70% of the rams that were in that flock were actually test positive for Brucella ovis. They followed that back to the source flock from where they came from, and likewise found a really high prevalence of disease present in that herd as well. But again, it had kind of gone unnoted. And the best I can tell, that was unnoted due to just a number of other health problems and management issues that were present on the farm. Again, I think they came back at the source flock at 68% were followed. They did follow a number of those ewes that had been sold from that source flock to various other states, including Texas, Missouri, Oklahoma, Arkansas, and really had very limited and weren't finding any positives. So as suspected, the ewes really weren't keeping that infection going and weren't a huge concern in transmitting it. Really, it just follows the ram. So in this case, they decided to pretty much cull and sold all those rams directly to slaughter. And certainly some loss by that producer and some frustrations, but not near the issue it could have been had we have seen maybe some different type of Brucella issues. Our state, as a response, has decided to sponsor testing around the state up through, I think maybe in May or So we've got about 7 or 8 months that we're going to start doing some testing around the state and look to see, is this a disease that is around that we have missed? Or is it potentially something that is emerging that we're going to see more of? And given that we are seeing some dispersion of sheep from flocks that were positive that were moving about the country, I think it's likely we may find there's more of it out there than we realize. I think the big challenge that presents for us is, can we find it? Will producers look for it? And I think we can apply that to a number of other disease issues that affect both sheep and goats that we deal with. We do not see a large number of producers that may certainly follow these animals to a diagnosis. And I think if we put that to maybe even more concerning diseases, which is other types of brucellosis, but things like Johne's disease, ovine progressive pneumonia or metavisnovirus, CAE, there are potentially a number of other virus issues and disease problems that could be present that we are somewhat unaware of because of a lack of tracking some of these diseases. And I don't know that that's going to occur, but it may be interesting to find out. I think this might serve as a unique way to see, was this disease present or is it present, and maybe much more common than we think? And if so, does that drive us to start looking for other issues that may be around that we just haven't seen to this point? So the test and cross-reactivity, again, from what I can tell in some of the new testing, I think those tests are pretty good. Several of them may be looking at IgG specific, which hopefully won't bring confusion. But educating producers, and again, our producers are probably most familiar with Brucella abortus from cattle. And that has been the one type of brucellosis that has been discussed that they're familiar with. And so trying to make sure with producers and veterinarians alike that we may understand some of the testing limitations, that we have two different disease scenarios that are out there. Again, I think will present us some things to talk about for some time. I've also read a few interesting things where there's some, I think, increasing concern that as we look at especially melentensis, but some of these other abortus and Brucella types, are dogs potentially some reservoirs. Dogs can pick some of these infections up as well. And since we, especially if we move to the western part of the US, but finding livestock guardian dogs to be very common, are there some other places we're even going to have to look for disease that could be a concern as we look around? So that is about all the interesting stuff I have. A few references is where some of that material came from. And I think Dr. Salinas can kind of then take over and provide a lot more info or answer and help facilitate some questions if needed.
Oh, Homero's on.
I can't hear you, Dr. Salinas. It doesn't show you as muted, but I'm not hearing you.
Do you listen now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I had another mic. Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Chris Bachman, for your presentation talking about Brucella and brucellosis. And I would like to say hi to all the people that is together in La Laguna. Me gustaría saludar a toda la gente que está en La Laguna y también si hay productores o estudiantes en La Laguna y en Brasil, en Guatemala y en El Salvador. The brucellosis is a very
common disease on goats and sheep. And because all the fever that is produced in human, like the fiebre de Malta, brucellosis, human brucellosis. So this information is just to start talking about Brucella, and we would like just to listen the people from other countries. Nos gustaría escuchar a la gente de otros países cómo está la problemática de la Brucella en México y en los otros países y qué se está haciendo. Do you want to translate, Raquel, to Portuguese, please?
Yes. Alguém do Brasil gostaria de fazer algum comentário sobre como é a situação de brucelose no Brasil? E também, se alguém tiver alguma pergunta, é só mandar no chat que eu posso traduzir. Vocês podem digitar em português e eu traduzo aqui. Se alguém quiser fazer algum comentário, fique à vontade.
Homero,
Ajá.
sí, solo quería saber si hay alguien de El Salvador que no me he podido comunicar.
Bueno.
Hola, doctor Romero. Hola de nuevo, Jessica. Todos. Solamente comentarte que, bueno, nos acompañan aquí investigadores de la UPRL, de la Unidad Politécnica de La Laguna y también de la Universidad Agraria Antonio Narro. También está por allí conectado el doctor Francisco Pastor del INIFAP. Y nos acompaña del Consorcio de Innovación de Leche de Cabra, también el ingeniero Carlos.
Ok, Avelino, permíteme traducir, Avelino. Avelino is saying that some faculties, I don't know, students from the Universidad Politécnica de la Laguna, and also a consortium, cooperative of producers, farmers with goats are over there now, And Francisco Pastor, that is a researcher, is connected by Zoom. So we welcome all those. ¿Quieren compartir algo ustedes, Avelino?
Pues le pediría a Carlos aquí que comente un poco el tema de cómo es el tema de la brucelosis aquí en las cabras de aquí de la laguna.
Okay, a farmer will be sharing about the problem of brucellosis over there in the northeast of Mexico, La Laguna.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es José Carlos Torres Rodríguez y soy presidente del Consorcio para Leche de Cabra y también productor de leche.
He is the president of the consortium of producers of milk, goat's milk, and he also raises goats.
En realidad, en la laguna es un problema muy fuerte el control, la falta de control que hay sobre la brucela.
In that area, there is a huge problem for prevention and control of Brucella on the goats.
Inclusive es el principal problema por el cual los productos y derivados de la leche de cabra están satanizados ante la sociedad, ante el consumidor.
Brucellosis is the main problem that the milk products from goats cannot be sold to the customers.
Por lo mismo, el mercado de nuestros productos es complicado y a la vez no hay mucha demanda del producto por este gran problema en el
Therefore, there are a lot of problems to sell the products, and the demand from the customers is not high. So for them, it's a problem of marketing of their products.
Esa es nuestra situación aquí en la laguna. Gracias.
He said that is the main problem over there, the marketing of the products because brucellosis, mainly the milk.
Solo quisiera comentar, Homero, que también nos acompaña en un grupo de estudiantes de la Universidad Politécnica, aquí en la sala del CUECID. Estamos alrededor de unas 20 personas entre los investigadores y alumnos, que es muy importante empezar a sembrar la semilla de la problemática que tienen los animales, particularmente las cabras.
There is, he said there is a group of students over there from the university, and they want to start just like seeding the thought in them about the problem of brucellosis in the goats and the solutions. So I have a questions for them about the experience of vaccination of the goats. So I will ask them in Spanish. ¿Qué experiencia tienen ahí en la laguna con la vacuna, con la Rev 1, la atenuada o con la AB51?
Va a comentar Francisco Pastor, tiene la palabra. Comenta, Francisco.
Buenas tardes a todos. Bueno, yo soy Francisco Pastor, soy investigador en cabras. Actualmente pues estoy inhabilitado. Soy directivo gracias al doctor Salinas que me invitó a este puesto. Entonces, bueno, la experiencia que tengo en cabras, hablemos un poquito de, esta es la principal zona productora de leche en el país en cuanto a cabras. Esto debido a la confluencia de varias empresas que se llevan toda la leche del mercado en la región.
Permíteme traducir. He is Dr. Francisco Pastor. He studied in Brazil, and also he is working now for as a research research director of the National Institute of Research in Mexico in that area. And he's saying that the main problem is Brucella, and that region, La Laguna, is the main producer of milk from goats in all Mexico. You may talk also in Portuguese if you want. Adelante, Francisco.
Bueno, bueno, hablando un poco del contexto de la producción de carne y leche en México, en La Laguna es el principal productor. Hasta el año pasado se produjeron 391.215 miles de litros, o sea, es más de la producción de la mitad del país. Esto, como les digo, es debido a las industrias que están establecidas acá. También se debe a la cultura en cuanto a mejoramiento genético que hay en la región. ¿A qué me refiero? En esta región se estableció un centro de mejoramiento desde hace muchos años, el cual ahora ya no está, pero por mucho tiempo esa genética, esas razas se dispersaron en toda la región y eso ha permitido tener animales con una alta capacidad de producción de leche.
Okay, the region produces more or less half of the milk produced in Mexico. It's around over there like 400,000 quarts of milk per year. And there is a huge industry over there that transforms that milk in cheeses. And also the genetics of the animals is good because they have a genetic like a sire center that worked for many years just sharing different dairy breeds among the producers.
Bueno, acá la vacunación a nivel nacional, no solo en La Laguna, ha sido muy débil, muy pobre. en el sentido de que lo que va del año solo se ha vacunado de una población de 392,000 animales hasta el año pasado, se ha vacunado el 1.08%.
Okay, in that region, they have like almost 400,000 goats, and they have vaccinated only like a 1.08% of them against vaccinated against Brucella.
Sí, y esto solo complementar que se han hecho pruebas al 0.13% de la población. Entonces,
and they
sí.
have test only like 13%.
0.13.
0.3. Yeah, they have tests only like a 0.3% of the goats to see if they have or not Brucella.
Sí, estas medidas sanitarias, cuidado sanitario, solo lo pueden hacer médicos certificados por la Secretaría. Entonces, no cualquier médico puede manejar las vacunas ni las pruebas. Aquí en el instituto, sí.
All the vaccination has to be made by the certified veterinarians. So there are no many of them, and that is one of the problems also to vaccinate.
Sí, bueno, y en los últimos años la política federal pues ha disminuido mucho los apoyos al campo. Esto significa que ha llegado muy poco dinero para apoyar a los ganaderos, a los caprinocultores. Entonces, solo algunos municipios están apoyando, algunos estados, pero a nivel federal no.
Okay, the federal governments have had some shortcuts in money to support the vaccination, and they get only like a local, regional from some cities or some states support for vaccination.
A esto hay que agregar supongo, quiero pensar que uno de los principales problemas es el sistema de producción. El sistema de producción en la laguna es semiestabulado. Los animales se mantienen en corrales alrededor de la casa de los ganaderos y salen a pastorear durante el día. Entonces, hay en las áreas de pastoreo, los animales se llegan a parear o llegan a estar en contacto directo con otros hatos, lo que hace que sea probable que se contaminen los otros animales al los machos empadrar las hembras o por desechos cuando paren las hembras.
Okay, he's saying that the production system over there is like for every day just going out for grazing with a shepherding all the goats, but they go like there are a lot of many different herds. They go all of them sometimes to the same area, and sometimes they are like kidding, lambing in those areas, and they just leave over there some of the products of the lambing, kidding, and that is a contamination. So he said that is probably one of the main transmissions among herds.
Sí, otros factores que pueden ser importantes en la transmisión puede ser la poca higiene en la leche. Los productores no tienen cuidados para hacer las buenas prácticas de ordeño. Son muy pocos los que lo hacen, y a esto hay que agregar las empresas que colectan la leche, revuelven todo, lo juntan en botes de capacidades de 200 litros, y no importa de qué hato sea, ahí va todo revuelto y puede contaminarse leche de hatos que están libres con los que no, y contaminan toda digamos, la leche recogida ese día.
Another problem is the contamination of the milk by the milking and also the keeping the milk. So some farmers, many of them, they don't have enough health and safety processing of the milking and the keeping, and also for the people that go to pick up the milk to each one of the farms, they put together all the milk into 200 liters tanks, and they put together like this milk, and they don't mind if they have Brucella or other kind of things. So sometimes they go through pasteurization, but some others just make cheese from this kind of milk without pasteurization. So, and that means problems for human health. Yeah.
Exacto. Sí, el problema, bueno, la industria va a pasteurizar, pero cuando se hacen lácteos a nivel casero, no hay una pasteurización adecuada, lo que va a producir que no muera la bacteria y va a estar en riesgo la salud humana, ¿no? Eso va a pasar con muchos de los queseros a nivel casero, ¿sí?
Mm-hmm. He says that the industry, they will pasteurize the milk before processing and doing cheese or yogurt or whatever. But many farmers, they do some things at home, like a homemade, and they don't pasteurize at all. And they sell to the neighborhood, and sometimes that is the problem. Yo también he visto que a veces lo mezclan con leche de vaca. Y también esas vacas tienen Brucella. And also in some communities, they mix the milk from goats and from cows. And sometimes the Brucella is coming from the cows. And so when the people get sick, you cannot know if it's Brucella melitensis or Brucella abortus. Yeah.
Bueno, ya nada más para completar el contexto de los probables riesgos de la transmisión, acá en la región existe un sistema de repartición de machos o animales, los llamados chiveros, son revendedores, recogen animales en algunas poblaciones y los van a cambiar a otras poblaciones sin ningún control sanitario, no hay pruebas, no hay vacunas, no hay nada.
Okay. He just wants to end saying another of the huge risk factor for transmission of Brucella. So there are some people that just go buying all bugs or just males. Like for meat selling, but they go to other farms and they sell like a box for reproduction, and they don't make any kind of test if they have Brucella or no Brucella. So they just are like switching animals from one area, one region to other region. So where the people need some bugs for reproduction. Yeah.
Pues son los principales puntos que creo caracterizan acá la caprinocultura en la comarca lagunera. ¿Sí? Si hay alguna duda, pues estoy aquí.
Okay, those are the main points that characterize the gut production over there. That if you have any question, he's available. Do you want to translate something, Raquel?
Yes, I got a comment here from Brazil. They say that brucellosis is under control in Brazil due to the government programs to control it, except in the Amazon state. I mean the rate around the Amazon, where brucellosis is still a problem that causes concern, especially in buffalo herds.
Okay, we'll translate to Spanish. La gente de Brasil dice que para ellos sí está controlada la brucelosis por los apoyos de gobierno. a excepción en la región del Amazonas, donde sí es un problema grande por la falta de controles y de apoyos.
Homero,
Would like to remind all of our participants to go through and add your comments and questions to the Q&A box down below so that we can keep up with them.
Dr. Bulichi has a question.
Yes.
Dice la doctora Jessica Farmer que vayan ahí a la parte, la gente que está conectada, donde dice Q y A, que es questions and answers, y hagan o en el chat, y hagan sus preguntas también para los que no están en la sala, y todos los que están ahí con Avelino, con el doctor Avelino, que tengan preguntas, pueden hacerlas tanto los productores, los maestros, como los estudiantes.
Qualquer pergunta que vocês
Hay una
tiverem.
pregunta de los panelistas, del doctor Bulichi.
He needs to unmute himself so he can ask the question, but I have made it so that he could ask a question. Oh, he's muted again.
Se alguém tiver alguma pergunta em português, pode mandar aqui na caixa de perguntas QIA, perguntas e respostas. Vocês podem mandar em português e eu vou traduzir.
So if we have a moment, Homero, if you don't mind, I have just a couple of questions they had. So what is the most common way that they are diagnosing brucellosis there? Is it on testing that they're randomly doing? Is it because they've had abortion? Like kind of what's the most common way they get that diagnosis? And they mentioned the vaccine and just maybe a little info about what that vaccine is or what it's what type or kind of how that works and in that situation.
Okay, let me ask them. El doctor Bachman está preguntando a la gente de los países Brasil y también a México, Guatemala, El Salvador, que cómo ustedes saben que sus cabras tienen brucelosis, si se hacen tan pocas pruebas de diagnóstico, si es porque abortan o cómo saben que es un problema. Esa es una pregunta y si quieren primero contestan esa y luego les hago la segunda.
Bueno, sabemos que tienen brucelosis porque nos enfermamos. Casi el 95% de los que nos dedicamos a la actividad ya nos enfermamos. Brucella.
Ok. Sí, déjame decirles. Dice, he said that they know that they have a Brucella in their goats because all the owners, all the farmers, like 95% of the owners of the goats, they have gotten brucellosis by themselves or in their families. La otra pregunta es, ¿qué vacuna es la que se usa y qué éxito ha tenido?
So, and do they have some testing available? Is it cost prohibitive or is it just difficult to get or?
Sí. Bueno, antes de lo de la vacuna me está preguntando el doctor Bachman que si tienen acceso a pruebas de Brucella, que si están muy restringidas, cuáles son, si son muy costosas. No están apagado el micrófono, Avelino.
Sí, es de uso exclusivo del Estado. Nosotros no la manejamos, no la compramos. El Estado en las campañas que se realizan van y muestrean todo el rebaño determinan la cantidad en base a los muestreos de animales enfermos y posteriormente se pasa a vacunar a los enfermos y a reforzar a los sanos. El problema que comentamos aquí con el doctor Avelino es que se pasa a hacer una segunda prueba a los 6 meses y animales que estaban dictaminados enfermos, de los que se vacunaron, salen sanos, pero de los que salieron sanos que se reforzaron, algunos aparecen enfermos. Algo pasa, no sabemos si es el manejo de la vacuna o será que se contaminan nuevamente. Pues es cuento de no nunca acabar.
Okay, he says that the vaccination and the test is coming from the state, is managed by the state, and only when they have kind of campaigns for doing that is available. And also he says that after vaccinated, some animals 6 months later, they are positive, and some positive, they are negative. So they don't trust very much in the vaccination because it's like a crazy things every time. Yeah. So the vaccination that they use is Rep1, that is attenuated bacteria, and it's a live bacteria. So sometimes we have found problems with quality of production of that vaccine in Mexico. Yeah. Les digo que la vacuna es Rev1 atenuada, pero que es una cepa viva y que muchas veces se han encontrado problemas con la calidad de la vacuna. Muchas veces puede venir en exceso esa vacuna, demasiado, no tan muerta, no tan atenuada, y puede infectar a los animales, ¿no?
Pastor, no sé si nos pudieras comentar cuáles son las causas de por qué no tenemos una vacunación eficaz, si hay una logística inadecuada, qué es lo que pasa, por qué no se ha podido controlar esta situación. No sé si tienes alguna información o datos al respecto.
Well, he is asking to Francisco Pastor. He is veterinarian, Francisco Pastor, and asking why is the problem in the government to have a continuous program. Pastor is working for a Mexican government now. Yeah.
Bueno, sí trabajo para el gobierno, pero no para la campaña. Yo ayer tuve una plática con para mí el mayor experto nacional, el doctor Efraín Díaz. Él ha trabajado brucelosis toda la vida, 30, 40 años de trabajar la bacteria.
Yeah, he said that he is working for a Mexican government, but not for the brucellosis campaign. And that yesterday he had a meeting with Dr. Efraín Díaz Aparicio, that is one of the top guys in Mexico working on brucellosis. He developed one vaccine over there. So he's a researcher and he will be talking something about that talk of yesterday.
Sí, bueno, él me comentaba que la campaña ha sido, pues puedo decir, minimizada, ¿no? En cuanto a recursos y personal. El gobierno federal no está haciendo nada. Les digo, este año lleva el 1% de muestreo en la región, y no están ofreciendo, se están quedando sin médicos, no hay pruebas, no hay medicamentos, no se ve el soporte. Entonces yo la única vía que veo para mejorar la situación es que las empresas se preocupen y comiencen a hacer la vacunación, estimulen con un sobreprecio la producción de leche de animales vacunados. En bovinos sí se está haciendo, la mayor empresa en la región lo está haciendo, está estimulando a la gente para que tenga gatos libres de Brucella.
Okay, yeah, they were talking about the problem in Mexico, that forever the goat producers have been dependent from the government. And every year, the government send less money for this and hire less veterinarians to be doing this. So they don't want to be spending money to solve this problem about brucellosis. So they were talking about some solutions and just to follow the example of what they are doing with cows. There is a huge enterprise over there, Lala, that pasteurize like 400,000 liters per day of milk cow. And they support the farmers to be vaccinating and testing about tuberculosis, brucellosis. So they will try to share with some companies that are buying the goat's milk to start supporting the farmers to be doing that instead of be just waiting for the government.
Sí, nosotros hemos hecho algunos esfuerzos tratando de aclarar la situación en la región, cuáles son las principales causas, las principales regiones, pero realmente no hay un control sobre la entrada y salida de los animales en la región, en los estados. La vacunación es muy débil, los caprinocultores tienen un acceso mínimo para servicios de salud veterinarios. Entonces, todo eso abona que la enfermedad no pueda controlarse. Yo no veo a mediano o largo plazo una posible mejora.
Yeah, he said that the problem also is that they have tried to making the figures of where the main problems is Brucella in Mexico, in all the regions, but there is a lot of movements among states of animals without any control, and they don't have the money to just to follow all these problems, and he's saying that that is one of the main problems that they have.
Dr. Bachman, there's a few questions in the question and answer wanting to know about if there's any documentation about different vaccinations and which one you think might be the best.
Probably we need to talk to Dr. Storr. He's probably going to have a lot better answer than I would as far as saying that. And as far as best vaccine, I can claim no expertise to answer that. And we just haven't had that exposure. It's not an issue that we have addressed outside of the cattle, in which case we have used the recombinant 51 vaccine, and before that, the live attenuated strain 19 vaccine in the US, which were both effective, but had limited range use windows. So as far as vaccine goes, and again, in testing, I'm not, and I'll defer to the expertise that's present, but in things you look at, I think the testing avenue is improving, but again, making those available and affordable is going to be a challenge.
Sí, está diciendo que un desafío muy fuerte es el tener las pruebas de Brucella disponibles y también pues recordar que las pruebas que generalmente hay disponibles no diferencian mucho la especie de Brucella, ¿no? Entonces se necesita tener un diagnóstico y un seguimiento muy completo.
Solo quería agregar algo, porque solo quería corroborar que si había alguien de El Salvador presente. Pregunté y solamente teníamos representantes sobre plantas, no zootecnistas, pero sí en El Salvador existe un programa donde se ofrecen vacunas y exámenes, pero no sé hasta qué punto es efectivo, similar a lo que se está discutiendo en México, que no se le da seguimiento. Pero sí existe y hay un tipo de brucelosis que se da en perros. Y no sé si eso, si de la brucelosis que estamos hablando se da también, puede contagiar a otro tipo de animales. So I'm just sharing the information that there is no one from El Salvador present right now, but there is a program where people can go and do testing. It's actually $1, which they charge to do testing for brucellosis. And I found that there is some information about brucellosis in dogs. It's a different, pest, but it's the same genus, but a different species. So I don't know if that happens here.
Do you want to comment anything, Chris?
Well, and I'm not 100% sure it stayed with, but as comparison you're mentioning, so is the potential dog testing have validity in other species?
No, my question is, I just want to share that El Salvador is not participating right now, but brucellosis is present, and there are programs to do testing, and that's my statement. And my question is, because there is a brucellosis in dogs, is this kind of disease can affect the disease that affects dogs is similar to the one that affects sheep and other ruminants?
Depending, potentially. So what we find again is some of those forms that are in other species can infect dogs and potentially can infect some other species. Dogs have their own version of Brucella canis, but it also potentially can carry some odd infections. Now, I cannot comment, and I really haven't looked to see if that brucellosis in dogs is going to be significant risks for those ruminant species. I know it can be for people. And so there's a chance we can see some of those cross to be issues. So I would have to look a little more, but we do know some of those ruminant species can infect the dogs, and that could give us a source for dog infection. And I know there's a chance for the dog infection to potentially be exposed to people. I'm not sure if it'll transmit to those other species or if that's been necessarily documented, but it may be worth looking. I think, as you mentioned, the bigger concern is those dogs could be a source of transmission for those melanotensis or abortus, is they may be a reservoir of infection and potentially help spread those other diseases within a flock or with different flocks and herds of sheep and goats.
Abelino, ¿les están traduciendo ahí en la laguna? Está apagado tu micrófono.
Okay, we are here in the audience. I only want to know to tell you about one test that we use here in the region. If you can, Romero, please only explain us in Spanish for the complete audience. My comment is about we have only one test here in the region. It's known as Rosa de Bengala. Is the name of the test here in the La Laguna.
Do you know that test, Chris? In Spanish is Rosa Bengala. I don't know. I don't know in English, but it's a zero test.
Serology test.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Rosa Bengala. That is the only one that they have over there. Yeah.
And again, we have a few here, kind of depending upon the species that we're after. But like I said, some of what I've looked at, some of the new developments aren't necessarily here in the US, but they have got some there are some enhanced and improved, primarily PCR tests. I don't have any experience with those.
Yeah,
but
let
we
me
have
comment.
a variety here of different ones, but I'd have to do some more looking to really be very good at talking about the value of what we have.
Let me comment some things in Spanish about the tests. Las pruebas serológicas como rosa de bengala, la prueba de tarjeta, lo que hacen es buscar anticuerpos a infecciones y muchas veces ni siquiera son bien específicas a Brucella, y aun cuando fueran específicas a Brucella, no van a ser específicas a especie de Brucella. Entonces tenemos Brucella melitensis en cabras, Brucella abortus en vacas, Brucella ovis en ovejas, Brucella canis en perros, y Brucella, what is the Brucella in horses and donkeys, Chris? Is equines, something like that. Brucella equines. Entonces, el problema cuando detectan brucellosis en humanos, the problem when they find human brucellosis is also a serologic test. Right. So cuando encuentran brucellosis en humanos, siempre le echan la culpa a las cabras, porque Brucella melitensis es muy contagiosa, podríamos decir. La puedes encontrar en perros, la puedes encontrar en caballos, puede irse a otros animales. Brucella melitensis is so contagious that may be going to dogs or cows or horses, and you may be found Brucella melitensis on those ones. So when you find Brucella in humans, always say it's Brucella melitensis, but they don't do any PCR test en humans either. Y no hace ninguna prueba en humanos para ver qué Brucella es. Sí, y entonces siempre dicen que es melitensis. Entonces paga el plato quebrado la cabra siempre. Pero puede estarse contagiando la gente de otras Brucelas que está produciendo la fiebre de Malta en humanos, o puede estar adquiriendo la Brucella melitensis de caballos o de burros o de perros que están ahí contagiados. Es todo un tema de investigación muy interesante, de diagnóstico. Es a diagnostic research project, very interesting. Just before even vaccination, just to see what species of Brucella and what species or what Brucella are in dogs, in goats, in sheep, and in cows, because all the farmers in Mexico are small farmers. I mean, poor people that they have several kind of livestock. Probably 97% of the farmers are in that way. And only 3% are the ones that have probably 500 goats per herd. But all these have 50 goats, 70 goats per herd, and they don't have even resources for, they don't own, many of them, they don't own land. They just go and grazing animals around wherever they can.
So can they culture? Have they had any success trying to culture positive people or animals to get a type?
Ya, me está preguntando que si pueden hacer cultivos de las brucelas, y si se puede, tendrían que trabajar con laboratorios humanos o de biología, para estar haciendo los cultivos de estas bacterias y identificar qué especies son. Yeah, and they have to be working with human resources, hospitals or medicine university faculties, things like that. But they may be doing that, yeah. Yeah, there's a very interesting research project over there, just on farm, yeah. If Jessica may get some money, we may be doing some of those. Yeah.
Con su permiso,
I'll-
doctor.
I'll go bleed goods,
Perdón.
but that's about all I'm good for is taking blood. So
Oh, you're better for, you're good for a lot of other things than that. Well, let us continue on. And Dr. Raquel Lorenzen is going to go through and talk about CAE.
Seems like there was one last participation from a farmer in La Laguna.
Okay.
Quiero comentar que de aquí entre nosotros se encuentra el director de la Brigada de Educación de Desarrollo Rural que se ubica en Francisco y Madero. Tiene cobertura en los municipios de Francisco y Madero, San Pedro y Matamoros, y que es donde se concentra la mayor cantidad de productores de leche de cabra. Se encuentra el ingeniero Álvaro Galván aquí con nosotros, quienes manejan unos servicios de vinculación muy importantes entre las dependencias que hacen investigación, escuelas, instituciones que desarrollan investigación sobre el ganado caprino, para que él a través de los promotores docentes que tienen en las comunidades puedan llevar ese conocimiento. La solicitud nuestra sería, ¿qué nos recomendarían? Un consejo en la situación de manejo, porque nosotros pues no manejamos, pero sí podemos educar al productor en cuanto al manejo adecuado de la enfermedad. Algún libro, algún manual o algo que ustedes consideren que hayan visto, que hayan revisado y que sea importante para que nosotros a su vez podamos llevar conocimiento a los 180 productores que atiende la Brigada de Educación.
Sí, he is asking about some recommendation of education on Brucella. So probably we are going to be the next webinars doing some writings and reports about this. I will tell them. Durante los webinars se van a estar documentando y se van a desarrollar algunos documentos escritos que les puedan apoyar. Pero valdría la pena que ya a través de Avelino y del consorcio de cabras y del doctor Pastor hagan un grupo para estar viendo los pros y los contras del manejo de la brucelosis, porque dependiendo de del propósito va a ser el éxito. Por ejemplo, los productores de crianza, ellos lo único que quieren es el certificado libre de Brucella para poder estar vendiendo. Entonces ellos vacunan cada año para eso. Los productores que venden leche quieren vender leche limpia y algunos perdieron esa compra de Sigma Alimentos. Pues sería para tener leche limpia, pero habrá que ver si la vacuna te va a ayudar a eso o no. Si es una cuestión de aborto o de productividad o de no contagiarte, pues habrá que ver, pero sobre todo más toda la parte diagnóstica antes que la vacuna. Una vez que vacuna se complica más el diagnóstico, porque un animal vacunado te va a dar positivo, porque como es una cepa viva, va a desarrollar anticuerpos y va a salir positivo. Entonces, ese es el problema. Y aunque después de 6 meses se supone que ya la seropositividad es negativa, eso no es cierto. Se han encontrado 2, 3 años después animales seropositivos, ¿no? Eso podríamos decir al momento. Hagan un grupo ahí y denle seguimiento, sería la recomendación. Go ahead, Raquel, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. Can you all see my screen?
Yes.
So my name is Raquel Lorenzo. I'm originally from Brazil. And I'm going to talk a little bit about caprine arthritis encephalitis, or CAE. We call it CAE in Brazil. How is it called in Spanish? Is there an abbreviation in Spanish?
Yeah, they call also CAE or encephalitis arthritis caprina.
Okay. So caprine arthritis encephalitis, or CAI, is a viral disease of goats that affects their immune system, causing arthritis, mainly in dairy adult goats, and encephalitis, especially in kids. CAI belongs to the same family of the HIV virus, but it cannot be transmitted to humans, even if you, even if through intake of the milk or meat from contaminated animals, you cannot have CAE. I think sometimes I'm gonna say CAI because I'm so used to it in Portuguese, but it's CAE in English, okay? So CAE disease is a worldwide infectious disease, with high prevalence in US and in Brazil, and it's caused by the small ruminant lentiviruses, which can be divided into 5 genetic groups, A to E. Some genotypes circulate only in goats, some only in sheep, as which is the case of the ovine progressive pneumonia, or OPP, and some have been found in both species. So if it's found in both species, can sheep get CAE or can goats get OPP? So basically the classical strains of CAE and OPP only infect goats and sheep respectively. But variants of each virus can infect any small ruminant. So if you own both goats and sheep, you have to monitor for small ruminant lentiviruses. And the test should be performed in both species.
Dr. Lorenson?
Yes.
Are you changing the slides?
Yeah. It's, oh my gosh. I don't know what's happening. I'm like in the 4th slide. I'll have to start talking over again.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. You all should have stopped me like 10 minutes ago. Okay, so I guess I don't have to go back, right? So the symptoms. The symptoms are swelling and inflammation of the carpal joints, muscles tremors, depressive behavior, repeated walking cycles, hitting the head against the wall repeatedly, clinical mastitis, pneumonia, and especially because CAE affects their immune system, these animals, they are more susceptible for lymphadenitis. And encephalitis in goat kids is also a symptom in kids less than 6 months of age. So here in these pictures, you all can see how a goat infected with CAE, how she looks like. So in the first picture, the animal hitting her head against the wall is a symptom, and a depressive behavior, like in the middle picture. And in the very last picture, we can see the joint inflammation. So the symptoms, goats can be free of symptoms, and that's why it's so hard to control this disease. Positive goats may be free of these clinical signs of disease and remain without any symptoms for years. So it becomes a major economical and welfare problem for the worldwide goat industry, including reduced production, growth rate, and longevity, and premature culling. So in this first picture, we can see how the disease affects their joints. You can see how it's swollen and how skinny these animals are. They usually they show very poor body condition. And in this last picture is an animal who looks like it's healthy, and I'm not sure, we can't just say she's healthy and she's free of CAE, because like I said, some animals, they don't show any symptom. So even if she is looking healthy, all animals must be tested to be sure that they are free of CAE. That's why it's so hard to control this disease, because this animal can be positive for CAE. It don't show any symptom. So this is another symptom, a goat walking on her knee because she's in pain. That's a very clear sign of CAE. And mastitis is also a symptom of CAE. Usually animals with mastitis, they show a hard udder and they produce very little milk. The symptoms of encephalitis in kids are incoordination, depression, blindness, and it can cause seizures. And over time, these symptoms, they progress to paralysis and even death. The transmission of CAE basically mainly is because of the ingestion of colostrum and milk from infected animals. And it's also possible the transmission, the horizontal transmission via body secretions between individuals, such as contaminated needles, equipment, milk machine. So there's no treatment for CAE. The goats infected with CAE virus, they are infected for life. And the disease is usually just controlled, and is controlled by identifying and culling CAE positive individuals, removing kids at birth from the doe and feeding them temperature treated colostrum and milk to prevent the contact and transmission. And vaccines and drug treatments, they show very low effectiveness and likely not cost effective because CAE is very adaptable. Several vaccines have been tested and none of them showed any efficacy. So when you take the kids from the doe, you must feed them heat-treating colostrum, and it will inactivate the CAE virus and prevent spreading from the doe to the kids. And the colostrum from any doe may be heated to between 133 degrees Fahrenheit to 138 degrees Fahrenheit or 56 to 59 degrees Celsius, and held at this temperature for an hour to inactivate the virus. So it's very important to have an accurate thermometer, because if you heat this colostrum higher than 140 degrees Fahrenheit or 60 degrees Celsius, you are going to lose the colostrum properties. So you have to keep your eyes on the thermometer during this process. The CAE testing is usually done by the ELISA test. And a positive result means that the goat has been infected with CAE virus and has made the antibodies reactive with the CAE antigens used in this test. So this goat is potentially contagious, especially if she's lactating. But a young goat who is not infected with the virus, but she received the heat-treated colostrum, she can also have the CAE antibodies, but not be positive for the and not be antibody positive for several months because of the passive transfer of maternal antibodies from the colostrum. So you have to retest these animals after 6 months of age. So goats that are negative should be periodically tested twice a year for the first year and annually after that. And this test, it has a specificity of 99.6%, which means that 4 in 1,000 tests could be a false positive result. So that's why you cannot just go ahead and cull an animal after the, if you get the result is positive. It's recommended that you retest these animals because there is a chance that you get a false positive. So animals under 6 months of age, they usually are not tested, but if a young animal is tested positive, then it's recommended that you retest these animals at 6 months. And it's recommended to screen new animals entering the herd for small ruminant lentivirus, Jaundice disease, and for lymphadenitis. And if it's consuming or selling raw milk from goats, it is also recommended to test for brucellosis, key fever, and tuberculosis. So CAE occurs worldwide. Switzerland, Korea, and Norway are likely free of CAE. And Australia has developed an I don't know how to pronounce the word.
Eradication.
Yes, eradication problem to help dairy farmers to control CAE. So this Australian plan include annual blood testing for all animals, keep CAE virus negative goats permanently separated from other goats, and that's what is very hard to do. You have basically have to have 2 herds, one for positive animals and one for negative animals. That's really hard to do. Co or permanently isolate CAE positive goats. Do not share any equipment between animals that are positive with animals that are negative for CAE. Milk CAE negative dose first, so and then milk the positive goats after them, and clean all the equipment after milking the goats. And for kids, the Australian plan includes catch the kids from the positive dose at birth, wash and dry them to remove birth secretions, move kids to a kid area where it's clean and it's not contaminated, provide kids colostrum free that you are sure that it's free from CAE and other diseases. prevent contact of these kids with adult goats, sheep, and cattle, and feed these kids artificial milk replacer or pasteurized goat's milk or milk from goats in a low-risk herd. A recent literature review concluded that small ruminant lentivirus epidemiological framework represents a very hard and complex problem in animal management, including a wide range of biosecurity and diagnostic problems. Precise data about, for example, exposure and transmission probabilities are still lacking. So we need more research about CAE, and the evaluation of the factors influencing the CAE transmission can strongly improve animal health, wellness, and production. Thank you. I'll be happy to take any questions now.
So I'll start it off. Curious if you have saw any evidence of genetic resistance in sheep with their OPP version. There has been some subtypes noted that are more resistant to infection. It does not incur immunity, but they are less likely to become infected or seroconvert. I have not seen that in goats, but did you come across anything to suggest that has been noted in goats?
Yeah, so far there is one research, recent research that they found that there are some animals, individuals that are resistant. And I think that's the way that we should go now and try to identify who is resistant, and then we can make some selection for CAI resistance.
Do any animals go through and naturally clear the virus from their system?
No, once the animals are infected, they are infected for life. It's like HIV.
Okay.
So in theory, yes, there's an opportunity for them to clear infection before they get it. But yeah, once it's widespread, so once they hit a viremic state and it settles in that macrophage, they're pretty well at that point.
How common is this disease?
It's very common. Around 65% of the dairy goats, they are infected in the world. There are some few countries that are considered free of CAE.
We believe that in Mexico we got this disease from the States because we used to bought a lot of bucks of different breeds, especially Nubia and Sanen from here from the States in Mexico. Sí, comento que creemos que esta enfermedad provino de Estados Unidos cuando se llevaban muchos sementales anteriormente. There weren't any import requirements for analyzing this virus disease, only Brucella, but not this one. So for importation of all bugs, even I think now they don't require either, yeah, for Mexico, yeah. Only Brucella.
Do we monitor this disease here in the United States?
Not really.
So we did a fair bit. It's not a regulatory program, but you will find it amongst individual producers. And it is a known issue. Most dairy goat producers are aware. That being said, there are some differences of opinion about its significance and the transmission. So there are some questions, and that leads to a number of differences in what people will do to control it.
Y está comentando que en Estados Unidos hay división en opiniones. Algunos piensan que sí está presente, sobre todo en ganado lechero de cabras en Estados Unidos, y otros no, igual de cómo prevenirlo y controlarlo.
Se alguém tiver alguma pergunta em português, vocês podem mandar em português.
¿Algún comentario de la laguna en relación a esta enfermedad de la artritis encefalitis caprina? A producer in the Laguna, Mexico, will comment something.
Sí, doctor, gracias.
Habla un poquito, ponte el micrófono más cerca, Carlos, así como directo a tu boca. Levanta tu mano un poco más directo.
Ok, doctor, gracias. Sí, quiero comentar que en realidad aquí en la laguna sí tenemos muchos problemas de ese tipo. Lo identificamos por las rodillas que se les inflaman mucho a los animales. Y hace un momento estaba yo preguntando aquí con mis compañeros si no es una enfermedad que se transmita a las personas. Aquí en realidad pues es una enfermedad que no se le hace caso, la cabra sigue así hasta que termina su ciclo productivo. Pero sí es cierto que producen más poco, de que a veces nada más andan de rodillas, problemas así constantes de ese tipo. Y es un problema que si a la Brucella no se le pone atención, pues a esta menos, la verdad sí es importante porque sí hay muchos problemas con muchos productores de leche, de esa enfermedad. Y es importante porque pues, reduce la producción por la falta de capacidad para desplazarse a los animales, por las rodillas y detalles de ese tipo.
Yeah, he's saying that they identify the animals with this disease because they cannot walk, because they are on their knees. And so he's asking of is any like a relation also with Brucella of the disease, and what to do with the animals, because they keep the animals until they die or until they start. During they are producing, they keep the animals. So what they should be doing with the animals that are infected already?
Yeah, I also got a question here in Portuguese asking a similar question: what to do before you put a sick animal in your herd, before you bring a sick animal in the herd. And the right thing to do is test this animal before you bring it to your herd and keep it in quarantine for a while, because it can the animal can look healthy, but it's not. So some animals can be free of symptoms for years. So the right thing to do is test the animal before you bring it to your property and keep them in quarantine before you put this animal with the others.
Ella, la doctora Raquel está comentando que cuando traes animales nuevos a tu granja, a tu rebaño, debes de probarlos, debes de hacerle una prueba de este virus y también aún ponerlos en cuarentena, porque algunos de ellos, aún estando enfermos, pueden mostrar la enfermedad mucho tiempo después. They also ask what to do with the animal that is sick already, and you have it in your herd.
Yeah, if the animal is already sick, then you have to, and you are sure that the animal is showing symptoms and it was tested positive, the right thing to do is cool this animal. You cannot keep this animal because this animal is shedding the virus to the others.
Dice que, yes, Chris, do you want to say something else before I translate?
Go ahead and translate first.
Okay. Dr. Raquel and doctora Raquel está diciendo que, que cuando tienes un animal o varios animales infectados por los síntomas de las rodillas, todo eso, debes de hacerle una prueba confirmatoria. O sea, siempre las pruebas son confirmatorias también con la parte clínica, no solamente la prueba, debe de haber una prueba clínica y una prueba de laboratorio confirmatoria o dos pruebas de laboratorio confirmatorias. Y entonces deben de formar estos animales parte de tu programa de desecho de animales para evitar que te contaminen a otras cabras. Es la única forma de hacerlo.
So my only input, which is not to be different, but in some people or cases where I was involved, which were small, is it kind of becomes a matter of deciding upon how aggressive you're willing to be and what you can be willing to live with versus what you can lose. And in that situation, the upside, if there is, of this disease is it doesn't bring those zoonotic potentials. It doesn't necessarily risk a human issue. And so for me, if I've got a positive, it may be worth investigating the rest of the herd and finding out, because if you have one, there's a fairly good chance that you have more. And there's some question how well you can find them. And while it would be most advisable to get rid of those known infected animals, for some small producers, that can be a large challenge. And so I guess some of mine is, if you're going to start testing and to confirm that, you have to decide how willing you are to get rid of those animals. If you only have a few and you depend on them, can you develop a second herd? Can you keep one group that you don't mix? It's probably there in a larger amount. If you have one positive, you don't probably just have one positive. And there may be a decision of, do you live with the disease, knowing what your current production is? Or if you're going to start getting rid of some animals, are you willing to commit and try to develop this new free herd? I think you can see some varying levels, because again, if you have one, if you're not going to look for more, I think there gets to be some discussion of how aggressive you get to be in culling if you're not going to really go through and try to get rid of them all, or can you afford to lose them?
Okay, let me translate. Thank you, Dr. Bachman. El doctor Chris Bachman está diciendo que va a depender de lo agresivo que quieras tú ser en tu porcentaje de desecho de animales, sobre todo por los riesgos. Esta enfermedad no representa un riesgo de salud humana, no se transmite a las personas. Entonces, si tú encuentras que un animal tiene síntomas de rodillas, por ejemplo, tú puedes hacer una prueba confirmatoria, y si lo desechas, pero lo más seguro es que no sea el único que tiene la enfermedad, la única cabra. Entonces, seguramente vas a tener otras. Entonces, para el pequeño productor sobre todo, y al que no está desechando mucho sus animales que tienen una buena genética, debe de pensar muy bien si va a desechar animales, porque a lo mejor solo está perdiendo buenos individuos lecheros y no está resolviendo el problema. Debe de analizar de las 50 cabras que tiene, cuántas tiene la artritis, cefalitis, caprina, y si son 3, 4, pues a lo mejor sí desechar, pero si es más de la mitad del rebaño, tienen que tomar una decisión, porque a lo mejor le convendría comenzar con otro rebaño nuevo si quiere evitar este tipo de problemas. Es un poco lo que él dice de la toma de decisiones desde un punto de vista ya lógico y comercial, sobre todo que no representa un riesgo a la salud humana.
I responded the question in English, but I forgot to respond in Portuguese, and it was sent me in Portuguese.
Yes,
So,
please.
a Charlene me perguntou se, deixa eu ver, qual seria a melhor maneira de evitar que a doença entre no rebanho e se existe alguma vacina. Não tem vacina eficaz contra a CAI, não existe vacina. E a melhor maneira de evitar que essa doença entre no seu rebanho é fazendo o teste antes de trazer um animal para o seu rebanho, para a sua propriedade, e manter esse animal ou esses animais, né, em quarentena, antes de colocar na propriedade. É a única forma de prevenir que a doença entre no rebanho.
Una pregunta a la doctora Raquel.
Un poco más fuerte, Abelino, casi no se escucha.
Una pregunta a la doctora Raquel. ¿Hay protocolos ya hechos o se puede construir protocolos para darle seguimiento a esta vacunación? ¿Cuándo debe de ser? ¿Está en función del hato, del tamaño del hato? Esto es importante. Porque también una pregunta al doctor Homero, ¿por qué, Homero, un caso que conoces bien aquí, por qué la brucela y por qué algunas enfermedades en las vacas se ha podido erradicar de manera eficaz y por qué en las cabras no es así?
Well, he is asking if is there a vaccination protocol for this disease and how you may recommend to do it.
There's no vaccination for any of the small ruminant lentiviruses, and it's because the virus is changing, it's mutating, so it's really hard to develop a vaccine.
Dice que no hay un protocolo de vacuna contra la encefalitis artritis y por lo tanto, ya que es un virus, va variando y mutando muy seguido y no es posible desarrollar una vacuna efectiva. He is asking something else about why is not working the vaccination over there in Mexico. I will answer. El problema es de que los estados en México que están bajo el convenio binacional de exportación de becerros de vacas es un negocio muy fuerte y se tienen que declarar libres de brucela, de tuberculosis, para poder exportar todos los becerros a Estados Unidos. Y eso siempre hay un comité binacional que está vigilando eso. Entonces, Chihuahua, Durango, Sonora, no recuerdo qué otros estados tienen esto. Durango un tiempo lo perdió. Coahuila, no sé si lo ha tenido o no. La Laguna, creo nunca. Y entonces ahí es donde evitan el movimiento de ganado entre estos estados para evitar exactamente el contagio y llevan un control muy, muy fuerte. En estos estados, sobre todo Chihuahua, Sonora, hay poca presencia de caprinos y además, bueno, es Brucella melitensis, ¿no? Yo creo, bueno, I'm saying that some states in Mexico, they have eradicated Brucella from cows because there is a binational committee, United States, Mexico, because they export a lot of calves to be fed in feedlots here in United States. And they have to be testing a lot of all those states, so they are free of Brucella in the way to exporting animals to United States in cattle, and they work very hard on that. But in other states where they are with the goats, that doesn't happen even for cattle. Y entonces los productores de ganado están muy organizados, como lo que comentaban ahí del ala, y los productores caprinos sabemos que ese es uno de los problemas, la falta de organización. Pero por otro lado es un problema complejo, es un problema que no se ha podido resolver en 50 años o más, con toda la investigación, con toda la tecnología. Acá en Estados Unidos están empezando a pensar que a lo mejor tienen problemas de Brucella y van a empezar a diagnosticar porque no se hacen pruebas, pero piensan que puede haber problema de Brucella melitenses en cabras o ovis en ovinos, como presentó el doctor Bachman. Es un problema que más bien, desde mi punto de vista, hay que convivir con él porque la vacuna no es efectiva. La vacuna no es efectiva 100% y no es efectiva sobre todo porque no es un programa permanente año tras año y es muy fácil perder tu programa de vacunación. I was saying that even here in the States, as Dr. Pagman was presenting, they are starting worrying about, wondering about Brucella presence, ovis at least. So that sometimes the problem is so complex that it's not easy just to say that they are free from Brucella in one country. So when the farmers are not organized or are not tight with the industry, it's very difficult just to think that they will be free from Brucella. It's so complex, the problem. The vaccination doesn't work at all, specifically because they vaccinated 1 year, another year, other 2-3 years, they don't vaccinate it. Or when they vaccinate only 20% of the herds of the area, and they don't vaccinate the others. And so that is a huge problem. So the best thing is just to know how to be living and to be alive with that disease. That is my starting point. Yeah. ¿Alguna otra pregunta? Some other question?
Homero, I found a question that it was asked a long time ago that we didn't answer. Nobody answered. I will read it and see if it makes sense now. Is do people do any clinical tests on animals before being processed for food consumption? So hay testing que se puede hacer antes de procesar la carne para consumo. Pero creo que es la pregunta en general.
No, in Mexico. No, I don't think in any country. That was one of our concerns about contamination from the people that is slaughtering, or some of the people that sell the meat later on. But also Brucella is not like invading or all around all the body tissue. So, for example, Brucella, you will not be find it in the blood. You will be find it in the reproductive tissue, organs. So that is one of very interesting things to be looking. Ella está preguntando que si se hacen algún tipo de exámenes a los animales cuando se van a sacrificar. Y yo comento que es un tema muy importante, muy interesante, pero que no se hacen pruebas y que generalmente teníamos la preocupación hasta donde la gente en los rastros, los que hacen la matanza o las personas en las carnicerías se contaminan. Y comentaba que la brucela no se encuentra en la sangre, la brucela no se encuentra en todo el tejido, se encuentra principalmente en los órganos reproductivos y entonces pues es un tema importante. Sabemos que al cocer, when you cook the meat, you will not have any problem with brucella if it's contaminated. Yeah.
And just think, I'm pretty sure in the US though, on the Brucella end, so for CAE, that there is going to be a certain amount of surveillance that still occurs in the food chain through processing.
Yeah. He said that in United States there will be some routine of analyzing present Brucella. I'm sorry. Él dice que en Estados Unidos hay alguna rutina de análisis de Brucella, igual como lo vamos a encontrar en los rastros tipo TIF en México. Yeah, in Mexico, there are some slaughterings, facilitations that they require that they call federal rastros TIF. They call kind of federal inspections facilities, but there are many of them are so organized, and many of the goats they don't go to those ones of facilities. Yeah. O sea, muchos de esos rastros sí requieren la evaluación, pero pues muchas de las cabras no van a ese tipo de rastros TIF.
Gracias, Homero.
Sí. Estás, Jessica, US mute. No.
Well, never mind. We had a person that had a question, but they removed it. From Daisy Torres, but they had just raised their hand to ask a question. I have no questions. Anything else? We've had several questions from our counterparts joining us in Mexico. Are there any questions from Brazil, El Salvador, or Guatemala?
Alguém tem mais alguma pergunta em português?
The last question was from El Salvador, but I'm having a hard time keeping in touch with them.
I was just curious if they have similar issues with CAE.
Yeah, in Brazil, I know it's a big issue.
The main countries that have goats population is Brazil, Mexico, and later on probably Peru, Colombia, Chile, Argentina, and some of them. Others like Central America, they don't have many goats. Tropical, they don't have many goats. So Guatemala, they have, but not many. Like all countries, they have, but not many. So I think Bolivia, all the countries in the dry areas environment, in the South America, in the north of the countries, in Mexico, in the north, you will find a lot of goats. So Brazil has probably 10 million goats. Mexico around 9 million goats. and that is probably like 50% of the goats in all Americas. Yeah.
And just want to make a comment. In El Salvador, we have there is a lot of this is every time I go there, I find more and more animals that they call petty.
Yeah, there are sheep.
And so that's what they do. That's what mainly what is growing, what is raised in El Salvador.
Yeah, that is very good. The Pelibue was one of the first imported here in the States from Mexico and from all Central America. And now there are a lot of Pelibues here in the States. And that should be Brucella ovis, all that Chris Bachman was sharing about.
Like this? Do you spell it like that? Pelibue?
Wow, la Brucella ovis, la Brucella para ovejas. Y el Pelibue es una oveja, es un ovino.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Pelibue is a sheep. So ovis.
And do these sheep have natural resistance?
Yes, well, for example, in goats and probably also in sheep, based on experience, many of the goats that are infected, they may be experienced like abortion only one time, and after that, doesn't happen anything the rest of their life in production or in reproduction. So they may be infected, but doesn't happen anything for the animal. It doesn't happen anything for the kids that they are lambing every day or kidding every year. So they are like living with the bacteria and without any problem, but only contaminating other animals, other people. And I'm not sure. That is probably no genetic resistance, but they found a way to be living with this thing. And we also have found, because some researchers, some veterinarians in Mexico, the main way to transmit Brucella is even not through sexual intercourse, males and females, but is mainly through the, I don't know how to call it in English, but all the other products when the animal is kidding. So even they don't have abortion, everything that they are kidding or lambing, all the, how do you call all the rest of the things that they are just getting out? Okay, all those things are millions of bacteria, and they are just on the field, and some dogs are eating those and just taking from one place to other place, contaminating all places. So they have found that that is the main vector of contamination among herds, among animals in that moment. Yeah. Even because it's no abortion, is only because it's the second that they're kidding time and they are normal, but they are just spreading bacteria for everywhere. Yeah.
Well, I will go ahead and begin our conversation looking at with our panel as we go through and examine what pests and diseases are of concern to us. This panel will include Avelino Hernandez, Rafael Martinez from Guatemala, Brazil, Paulo Mireles, and from El Salvador, Jose Miguel Sarmiento, if our panelists can make it on, and from Lincoln University, Dr. Chris Bachman. So everyone, what animal pests and diseases are you concerned about in your area of the United States? And are there any new diseases to your area that you would like to learn more about? These are some of the same questions that you will see in the evaluation at the end as I'm trying to get feedback. So please be sure to go through and fill in the survey report that's either that pops up at the end or that will be mailed to you tomorrow.
Para quem está no Brasil, a gente gostaria de saber se tem alguma doença que preocupam vocês aí. E a gente vai mandar um questionário hoje no final das palestras e acho que vai estar disponível aqui. Também vocês vão receber por e-mail um questionário. É importante que vocês respondam, porque assim a gente pode ter uma ideia para novos assuntos no futuro.
Doctora Jessica dice que le gustaría iniciar, por último, una pequeña discusión de panel, hablando de cuáles serían las otras enfermedades emergentes en animales que creen que se pudiera ver en México, en Guatemala, en El Salvador, y mencionó pues quiénes son los portavoces en cada país. Ahí mencionó a Avelino y a Walfer en Guatemala.
Okay, Dr. Romero, we have a last question about the last topic, about the CAE. That's right. Okay. How did Brazil do to control the CAE disease? Do you know?
Do you get the question, Raquel?
No, I didn't.
No, they are asking that the Brazil, how they are treating or preventing the encephalitis arthritis.
Yeah, so in Brazil, we separate the kids from the moms. We try, most places, they try to milk the positive goats before the goats that are free of CAE. But I think the hardest part is to keep the goats that are positive away from the goats that are negative. We separate the kids from the mom, but usually they are raised in the same barn or in the same pasture. So it's very hard to control the disease when they are raised together.
Arturo, ¿tú les puedes traducir?
Sí, lo que hicieron como tratamiento en Brasil fue que separaron por ahí las cabras que dieron positivo con las negativo, separaron también, déjame ver ese número. In English, is correct to say kids for the little goats?
Cabritos, cabritos.
Okay, because I think that it was only for humans, but it's okay. Okay. Entonces, separaron también a los cabritos de las mamás infectadas, de las cabras infectadas, y ese fue el tratamiento que se le dio, hacer la separación de las positivas con las negativas para que no siguiera creciendo. Thank you, Dr. Romero.
La otra pregunta es, ¿están apagados, Avelino? Si están hablando, ¿están apagados? Y la pregunta es si hubiera enfermedades, y qué bueno que está Francisco Pastor, enfermedades emergentes que serían de preocupación en ovinos o en caprinos.
Bueno, yo creo, hay algunas enfermedades, hay muchas, ¿no? Pero principalmente a mí me preocuparía, he visto mucho en la laguna linfadenitis gaseosa, También hay mucha posibilidad. Yo creo que hay más posibilidad que lo controlemos más pronto linfadenitis que brucelosis o CAE, porque es muy visible. Todo el mundo lo puede identificar. Es más fácil identificar y es más fácil el control. Clamidia es otro problema común, también por falta de control sobre los animales que entran de un gato a otro, pero se puede hacer un análisis a los animales. Pues sí, creo que me quedaría con esas dos principalmente.
Do you understand those, Chris? Those diseases, chlamydia.
What? No. What about chlamydia? Sorry, I'm.
Yeah. Well, let me look. And the other, ¿cuál fue el nombre de la otra? Estás.
Linfadenitis gaseosa.
Linfodanitis.
Linfadenitis es igual en inglés.
Lymphadenitis.
Yeah. Okay. Those ones are some diseases now in Mexico. Chlamydia is in English. Chlamydia. Okay, that is one, and the other is what Raquel said.
I missed what she said. I'm getting old. I can't hear.
Yes, we know that. Don't worry.
I said lymphadenitis.
Oh, CL.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, those two diseases are now important in Mexico for goats.
Yeah. And
because
and
the question of
here.
Yeah, because the question of Jessica. Jessica is asking what emergent diseases are appearing or are important, and there are diseases.
Are those a new issue, or are those have been a standard are a common repro issue, or they seem to be increasing?
Pregunta que si son nuevas, Francisco Pastor, o que si simplemente están como reemergiendo.
No se han mantenido, nunca se han controlado, no hay estudios, no hay pruebas. Nosotros hemos hecho algunos diagnósticos, pero no hay un control, los productores no las conocen. Bueno, linfadenitis sí, pero no hay un control sobre ellas. Otra enfermedad también muy frecuente que ahorita recordé, el cabrito borracho, floppy kid, ese está en muchos lados, casi en todos.
The floppy, the drunk kid, the floppy kid. There is another disease. Yeah, the answer was that those diseases, Chris, have been for many years, and producers, they don't know how to control, to prevent, even chlamydia to diagnosis. And he was talking about this third one, that is the floppy kid. Do you know which one is that?
I should. It's not Coxiella or Toxoplasmosis or Coxiella burnetii. Maybe.
Un grupo de bacterias, no es solo una, son un grupo de bacterias, son diferentes causas. Los síntomas son los que se conocen como cabrito borracho. Sí, principalmente.
The symptoms is
un problema nervioso.
The symptoms is a kind of nerve symptoms that the kids lose all the locomotions, movements, and seems like is some a complex of bacteria, different bacteria. Yeah.
Yeah, and I've seen some things, and yeah, I think there's kind of that unknown thing of floppy kid where there's all those problems. So
are you seeing these in both sheep and goats, or just goats?
Si lo ven tanto en cabritos como en borreguitos, en corderos, o nada más
estoy seguro si cabrito borracho es en los dos, pero linfoadenitis sí, y también la otra enfermedad por el mal control de los machos, ¿no?
Yeah, he said that he's not sure about the floppy kits, but the others two, chlamydia and the lympho, they are in chipped also.
There is a question that it was asked a while ago. It doesn't refer to emergent diseases, but I don't know if it's pertinent. But the question is, which is the major source of brucellosis contamination from animals to humans? Which is the major source? Did we, I don't know if that was discussed already.
I missed part of that. Would you mind repeating it?
The question is, which is the major source of brucellosis contamination from animals to humans?
And, I think Homero's experience is probably more valuable, but I think it's one of those things that really depends on the population of people you're looking at and the situation in there. I mean, if for consumers, obviously products are going to be the concern. For on-farm, certainly products are going to be high. But again, where you have this massive shedding of organisms during that abortion or that lambing or kidding period, those are probably going to be major factors for those in the industry, because that's when you have those super high numbers. So as a producer, I really think my expectation is going to be it's those birthing products and it's the environment, but yet they're going to have that product as well. And certainly products for non-producers are going to be, I think, by far the most common. I'm sure there's somebody, and probably Dr. Pastor, a few others, who are probably answer that better than I would.
The main contamination among farmers will be milking the animals when they are milking, and for the ones that are not in contact with the animals will be the milk also. So the main contamination will be in milk, because you will be finding the Brucella in the milk. And so for the people drinking raw milk without pasteurizing milk, that almost nobody drinks milk directly. I found that only in Guatemala, I had a webinar over there, and I found that they bring the goats to the house, to the door, and they milk over there the goat, and they sell very expensive-ish cup of milk, and the people drink the milk. So I think that is the way of contamination. So, but most of the people in Latin America, they don't drink directly the milk. Most of the milk is used to produce cheese, different regional, very traditional kind of cheeses. And the problem is that they don't pasteurize this milk, because they say that they will be losing some of the milk properties to make cheese, and the flavor also, because they want the flavor to be kept. And the problem is when you pasteurize, you are losing some of those things. So the problem is that Brucella is over there, and they're eating fresh cheese, like a kind of panela of fresh cheese, and that is the main vector of contamination to humans, to be eating cheeses from goats. And for the people that is managing in the herds, probably the dogs and the donkeys and everywhere, they have Brucella melitensis over there. Yeah.
¿Puedes convertirlo en español?
Sí, la principal contaminación de Brucella para humanos va a ser en el caso de las personas que tienen cabras por estarlas ordeñando o porque tienen perros o burros o caballos que tienen ya la Brucella melitensis y están en contacto con ellos. Y por otro lado, para las personas que no están en contacto con las cabras, va a ser a través del consumo de leche, que lo consume muy poca gente. Encontré que en Guatemala llevan las cabras a pie de casa en las ciudades pequeñas, ahí ordeñan la cabra y le venden el vaso de leche a la gente a un precio alto. Y si está contaminada esa leche, pues se va a contagiar. Pero principalmente con los quesos frescos que no se pasteurizan porque luego pierden el sabor o las propiedades de la leche al ser pasteurizada y la gente no quiere pasteurizarla. Todo lo que es el desierto de México, Zacatecas, no van a gastar gas o leña en estar pasteurizando leche, o sea, lo usan para sus alimentos y hacen los quesos con leche tibia. So there are many poor people that they don't have enough money in a very dry areas. They will not spending gas or wood for warming milk. They need the gas or the wood for cooking their own food. So they will not pasteurizing the milk. So to find different ways to avoid Brucella and milk could be a very good research area. Like there are some like filters, nanotechnology filters, or some membrane filters, and some other ways just to take out Brucella from milk. Yeah, because many people in many poor countries, they don't have enough energy to pasteurize milk. Yeah, you know, pasteurized milk, you have to hide like 68 degrees centigrade degrees through half an hour, or just to go to very high and few seconds later to very low. So a farmer doesn't have those facilities to be doing that, or the money to be warming the milk for all that time. You know?
Are there any more questions?
I have one.
Yes.
What is are there any special breeds that are there some breeds that are more resistant to all these, to the brucellosis? What is a recommendation for people in countries like Mexico, El Salvador, Guatemala, that they don't do control, but are there any breeds that could be recommended to be more tolerant, at least, to these diseases?
Well, for CAE, all animals, all breeds of goats, then they are susceptible for CAE. There is no difference in breeds, but it's mainly affected by dairy goats. So dairy breeds, it's not that they are more, they are not, it's not that the other breeds are resistant and the dairy goats are not resistant. It's, I think, because of the risk of transmission during the lactation, it's high. So CAE usually is mainly dairy goat disease, but all kinds of goats can get it.
And the other thing is that, as Raquel was sharing in her presentation, the immune system is very important. So if you have a breed with a lot of potential of milking, like a salmon or alpine, and you don't have a good nutrition, their immune system will be just dropping and will be getting easier for them to get all these diseases. That if you have like a nubia that also produce milk, that they produce like probably 70% of the milk of those salmon. You will need less nutrition, less food, and they will probably their immune system will be higher. So I think it's not about resistance selection, but it's about the comfort of the animals accordingly to the nutrition. So you shouldn't have like animals that produce too much milk in places that you cannot be feeding them.
Well, with that being said, Nadia, do you have any other questions?
No, I was just wondering if Homero can talk and say something in Spanish.
Oh, okay.
Ok, preguntaban que si hay razas lecheras más tolerantes a estas enfermedades y la doctora Raquel contestaba que seguramente se encuentran más en el ganado lechero por la práctica de la ordeña y del confinamiento de animales que en partes extensivas y en cabras de carne, que se da mucho en algunos países. Y yo comentaba que más que una raza sea más tolerante a otra, que tiene que ver también con el sistema inmune, que si las cabras son muy lecheras y no les das suficiente comida, su sistema inmune se va a ir para abajo y se van a enfermar más fácil. Una cabra sanen va a requerir, te va a producir mucha leche, pero muy buena nutrición. Una cabra nubia te va a producir a lo mejor 3/4 partes que la sanen, pero va a estar con mayor confort y probablemente su sistema inmune va a estar más alto y va a ser más tolerante a las enfermedades.
Gracias, Homero.
Thank you, Homero. Well, now that our symposium is starting to come to the end, I would like to thank all of you for your attendance. I would like to thank our presenters for all of the time and effort that they put in to give us engaging topics for us to go through and discuss. I would like to thank our South American counterparts that have joined us and made this collaboration possible. And I would like to thank all of the attendees, especially your questions. Please make sure to take the time and fill out the survey at the close of today's symposium. And if you missed it or did not have time, there will be a link sent out to you tomorrow based on your registration for today's event. Your feedback here will make all the difference for our success for the next symposium as they come up. So thank you.
Obrigada pela participação de todos no Brasil. Um questionário vai estar à disposição. Nós vamos mandar também por e-mail um questionário. E é muito importante que vocês respondam para que a gente tenha esse feedback de vocês e possa ter novas ideias de assuntos para os próximos eventos. Obrigada pela participação.
La doctora Jessica da las gracias por la participación en este webinar. Le da las gracias a todas las personas y va a ser una contribución muy importante para los siguientes seminarios que vienen por delante. Muchas gracias. Avelino, ¿quieres comentar algo?
Una sugerencia a la doctora Jessica.
Un poco más fuerte.
Un comentario y sugerencia a la doctora Jessica. Creo que aquí se han comentado los temas, algunos temas importantes que pueden constituir las líneas de investigación que debiéramos de reforzar en estos seminarios. Y también creo que sería muy importante que a estos temas les buscáramos un camino de solución, un poco ir construyendo ese camino de solución que pudiéramos aportar.
Yeah, Avelino is telling specifically to you, Jessica, that they have been in that table working like 25 people, like just talking about different subjects to be working on for the next webinars.
Wonderful.
That he would like just to be finding those ones like different issues to be working on, but also trying to find some solutions to all these problems to start sharing with the farmers and the students.
Yes, and we can use those ideas of where the problems are for who we invite for our speakers. And I so appreciate that Avelino has gone through and brought that large group together for us.
Dice que por esos temas seguramente va a ayudar mucho para definir a los nuevos conferencistas invitados y que aprecia mucho que Avelino haya juntado a ese grupo de gente.
May I just add something, please? I just want to introduce my colleague, Jose Miguel Cermeño. He wasn't able to contact us, and he has agreed to at least to say a few words at the end before we're done. So go ahead, Miguel.
Sí, como Universidad de El Salvador, bueno, agradecerles, ¿verdad? Que nos tomen en cuenta. En el caso de nosotros, en la área de protección de plantas, estamos aquí participando. Lastimosamente, un compañero que es en la parte de la área de zootecnia no podía porque tenía clases, pero sí estamos altamente agradecidos y en realidad estos foros ayudan a poder conocer un poco más, ¿verdad? Sobre las enfermedades transfronterizas que nosotros les llamamos enfermedades cuarentenadas, ¿verdad? Para la región. En el caso de nosotros está el OIRSA, que es el que se encarga en la región, ¿verdad? Para ver esta problemática.
I'm gonna translate. So before you go on, he just wants to thank for the appreciates to be included in this symposium. And this time they were just able to join from the plant science part, but they unfortunately the animal experts were not available to do other commitments, but they are pretty committed, and they are interested in continuing the conversation that they call what we call emergent pests and diseases. They are calling them like quarantine pests and diseases. And there is he started saying, talking about an organization that does that in El Salvador. Miguel.
Estábamos también platicando con un compañero del departamento de zootecnia y él me decía que en diciembre con gusto podría él participar para hablar sobre enfermedades transfronterizas en la área de animales. Pero sí, con tiempo que se le avisara, me dice, para que él pudiese dar una intervención si es que en diciembre se da la segunda etapa de este importante foro, seminario.
¿Quieres traducir, Homero, o sigo yo?
No, tú.
Solo él quiere agregar que el compañero...
In English.
Yeah, he wants to add that there is an animal scientist that is really interested in participating in the symposium in December, but he needs to know well in advance. The dates are set in stone, he can just plan ahead, but he would like to know in advance about, so he's interested in participating in December representing El Salvador.
Okay, well, we will be analyzing the results from this symposium over the next week, and we will start putting that together so that hopefully we will have out a date a couple months in advance, or at least a month and a half.
Estaremos en contacto, hay tanto que discutir y se va a hacer un análisis de las evaluaciones. Esperamos que ustedes pongan toda la información que se les ocurra para discusión futura. Eso es el resumen. Anything else? ¿Que alguien quiera agregar algo más?
Thank you everyone for coming.
Thank you,
I think as our first trial of all getting together, I think it was a success, and I am so grateful for everyone's contribution.
Yeah, congratulations, PI. Thanks, everybody.
Goodbye. Thank you.